2 days with all of you. Please note from just housekeeping perspectives that we are recording. I encourage you all also to add in any questions you might have into the chat. And also feel free to raise your questions at the end of the presentations. We've got a full day today where we're going to be covering many different things, from climate finance to carbon markets to green buildings and nature-based solutions. And this really kicks off from 2 days of a deeper dive into our PPP climate toolkits. I think one of the key things, and I'd like to kind of summarize a little bit of the findings and key takeaways from the past 2 days. I think when we look at the global context on climate change, there is a huge call for accelerated action and accelerated finance. And we're seeing that year after year at the COP yearly conferences and conventions that are bringing us all together to negotiate next steps. Very critical, because when we think and take stock of where we are with climate change, the concern is that we're getting to critical tipping points, and we're already seeing global climate impact around the globe, from flooding in Pakistan to Brazil and well beyond. The urgency to act is critical, and that action is both around decarbonization, the emissions reductions, and also thinking about climate resilience and adaptation. So the PPP climate toolkits have been intended to help us provide a guiding framework to think through, how do we integrate climate smart aspects into our PPP advisory? How do we translate the commitments that all of you have made in the Paris Agreement nationally determined contributions into viable pipelines that can attract private sector investment and finance? And I think it's important to kind of think through the magnitude of what we're talking about. When we think about the trillions of investment needed, and there's estimates of over 3 trillion annually needed by 2030 and 2050 to meet the Paris Agreement targets. That's an accelerated call for action, and also an accelerated call for climate finance, something we're going to kick off with in just a few moments. So really important aspects. The climate toolkits and the sector toolkits that we've covered over the past 2 days were a joint effort by the World Bank Group, from IFC to the Infrastructure Practice Group, including PIOF and GIF, critical partners as we collaborate from public sector to private sector in bringing solutions, building capacity, and being partners to all of you to drive important action, and also to create finance opportunities. So these are some of the critical aspects that we were covering over the past few days. The sector toolkits that have been developed really do a deep dive into some of the harder to abate sectors, from transportation, and we covered roads, also looking at critical utility sectors like water, and we also covered renewables, and critical there because coming out of COP, last year's COP, there was a commitment to triple renewables, and that's absolutely critical to reduce global emissions. And then we also looked at other key sectors like ICT, telecoms as well. So critical aspects of what we're trying to achieve in the climate transition with all of you. Today, we're going to shift our focus to look at the next steps. Bringing in private sector investment and finance is really critical to accelerate that climate action. So we're going to have a focus on climate finance. We're going to look at carbon markets, which can also create some interesting opportunities to create additional cash flows, look at project viability, and other opportunities. Green buildings is another important tool, together with building resilience, that we can look at for social sectors like housing, schools, and hospitals, and even airports. And then finally, looking at nature-based solutions, which actually offer a very cost-effective manner to bring in both carbon emissions reductions and also co-benefits with climate resilience and adaptation. So With that said, before we launch into our climate finance session, I wanted to share some words from our own very own director at IFC in PPPs. So bear with me a moment as we just navigate to her opening remarks. Today we are
So just a quick note, we don't have volume on our end of the video.
Dear all, I'm finding a little bit of difficulties in sharing the video. It seems like the audio is not working, so bear with me. I'm going to try once more, and if not, we'll be sharing these out with a packet of information as well. Apologies. We're having some audio difficulties there. What we're going to do is we're going to share that audio, and it's an important message that Linda is sharing as our director for PPPs as well. And I think the key message here is all around climate finance and looking at climate finance from a private sector perspective. Really looking at what we can deliver and be innovative to kind of accelerate that climate action and get to the trillions, which I mentioned are so critical for our finance. So on that very note, I'd like to introduce Francisco. And Francisco, I'm going to ask you to begin to share your screen and also to do a little bit of introduction for yourself and the topic as well. But a big thank you for joining us today to cover such a critical aspect, which is climate finance, because this is all about accelerating climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. Thank you, everyone. Indeed, my name is Francisco Bendaño. I work in the Climate Business Department in IFC, leading the practice on climate finance and transition risk management across industries. Today, we're going to be talking about the role of climate finance in the context of embedded climate-related features within PPPs. So, to start, you may have heard about a climate toolkit during these first 2 days and the details, and there is explicit reference on why it is important to consider from the get-go climate-related aspects. So not only because it is relevant for the project eligibility to finally be able to tap into resources of climate finance, but that some basic considerations within the project design will need to be included in order to enhance the chance for this project, for the project and the PPPs to be able to be ready to access quickly not only public but also private sources of climate finance. And I will elaborate on the following slides on the different type of instruments. So before we go, let's remember that within the climate toolkit for PPPs, we have a very nice diagram showing the ecosystem of finance when it comes to PPPs. Here you can see that in the full picture, in addition to the classic, public partner government that requires to have the project or infrastructure, you have typically a private partner that is going to develop a project company to enable that. And there is a number of other stakeholders that are involved into closing the equation of finance, including multilateral banks, institutions like the World Bank and IFC, also bilateral funds, also sources that may come from investors buying bonds such as green bonds issued by the implementer of the project, or even sustainability linked loans and green loans provided by the private sector or even by different sources, including multilateral banks. At the same time, there are important agreements with shareholders which may have some climate considerations as well. And in a later presentation, you will also see the role of carbon credits within the equation of finance for PPPs. You will also see that there are examples that through end users payment of services, you will have some climate considerations as well in select cases. So for this presentation, I will start looking at how multilateral such as IFC may work when it comes to PPPs and the different climate aspects. After that, I will go through different instruments, including green bonds and sustainability-linked finance. So for PPPs to be able to access MDB finance, they should demonstrate, first of all, that the proposed project under the PPP is able to demonstrate alignment with the Paris Agreement goals. And for that, MDBs have developed a set of methodologies, including a methodology for direct investment lending operations, which is the typical methodology that will be applied to PPPs. Under this methodology, the project has to demonstrate that it's not going to undermine the country climate policies and the industry where the project is located, direction of decarbonization. So, for example, if we are under a PPP developing a public infrastructure for energy, we will have to demonstrate that that project will not undermine the further penetration of renewable energy and other low carbon options. So that is something that is done as a requirement for engagement from multilateral banks. All multilateral banks, including IFC, are actively implementing Paris alignment assessment. In the case of IFC, as you may know, we have committed to have 85% of our investment operations aligned to the Paris Agreement by July 1st, 2023, and 100% by July 1st, 2025. So this is part of our license to operate for a multilateral bank, similar to the performance standards, but in this case, Paris alignment is an instrument to ensure that we are not undermining the Paris Agreement. Then, on top of that, MTBs, multilateral banks, including IFC, they have a very particular way of counting climate finance. So, for the layperson, climate finance is about a project that creates climate solutions. But in the case of multilateral banks, we tend to go more granular. For example, we are going to count only the specific components within a project that has a substantial contribution to either climate change mitigation or climate change adaptation. And the rules to count those specific eligible components are very granular. And they have become more and more specific along the years. And the set of rules are known as the common principles for climate change finance mitigation tracking and climate change adaptation finance tracking. And this set of rules, they have evolved along the years, starting from a few pages 10 years ago, and now we are over 71 pages of specific rules and criteria. But no worries, you don't have to learn about all these specifics. Each multilateral bank, including IFC, has a team of specialists like me and others that can translate project information into eligibility aspects, and then during the engagement with a multilateral bank, you will have some questions that at the end will confirm that the PPP project is indeed aligned to the Paris Agreement goals. And these rules are shared by all the multilateral banks, plus some bilaterals that are members of the IDFC or the International Development Finance Club, including, for example, KfW, AFD, and others. Again, the rules, if you want to search for them in Google, you can put common principles for climate finance, space, PDF, and you will have that. The latest version is from December 2023. And MDBs altogether, we report jointly annually our aggregated climate finance numbers since 2011. So every year you will have a number of information pieces coming from these reports. There are also bigger reports like the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and they have a report on climate finance that doesn't come every year, but it comes periodically. It's done by the Standing Committee on Finance, and from the NGO side, you have CPI, the Climate Policy Initiative. They have an annual report aggregating all climate finance globally as well. So going to the accounting side, how much do we count? As I said, we count only the specific component that contributes substantially to climate change solutions, either climate change adaptation or climate change mitigation. For example, let's say that we have a road project, a toll road as a PPP. And this toll road may have components, including some bike lanes and also some components for electric mobility, such as charging stations. Only those components that happen to qualify as climate finance will be counted out of the total project size. So using a pro-rate rule, you will have that the climate finance percentage or climate finance share is calculated as the climate finance component amount divided by the total project size. So it's fairly simple, and we apply this rule project by project. In order to have this identification or quantification of climate finance components, typically the PPP project should show a breakdown of the specific CAPEX and OPEX pieces. So in order for the climate specialists to be able to look at each component and then compare that with the criteria within the common principles. So one thing that is very important in climate finance accounting is not to confuse counting climate finance, which means counting the dollars or the investment amount, with counting the impact. Sometimes people confuse counting impact, such as GHG emissions reductions, and that is called impact accounting, or in the specific case of greenhouse gases emissions, GHG accounting. So we may have some climate finance that may have a number on GHG emission reductions next to it, but beware that not necessarily all climate finance should have a GHG emission reductions number. For example, if we are financing charging stations as infrastructure through PPPs, the amount of emission reductions depends on where the country is located because of the power grid, carbon intensity, but also depends on how much those charging stations are used and when during the day and during the season they are being used. So as you can see, the fact that we have a charging station is climate finance according to the common principles is separate from the impact accounting side. So when we talk about climate finance, we're talking about counting the dollars. So Within the principles, I mentioned a long document of 71 pages of criteria and guidance. You will have different type of activities. Some of those activities are very relevant for the PPP context, including energy assets, like renewable energy, low carbon hydrogen, waste to energy solutions, transmission. T&D is very important in the PPP space, and you will have the rules corresponding to under what circumstances, for example, transmission and distribution count as climate finance. In this case, if we have a typical T&D project that may have a service for different type of technologies within power production, including renewable energy such as solar and wind power, but also fossil fuels such as gas power, HFO, and others. So the accounting of how much of the project of the T&D project is counted as climate finance depends on the share of RE or renewable energy transmitted in a typical year for that project. In the case of T&D that is going to exclusively support renewable energy, then in those cases, 100% of the project counts as climate. Another very good example of the overlap between PPPs and climate finance is in the water space. So when we talk about water supply and wastewater, including water pipelines, including water tanks, storage, including collection systems for wastewater, all that qualifies under some circumstances as climate. What are those circumstances? What are those rules? Typically, for water supply and wastewater projects, we need to demonstrate to be able to be eligible as climate finance that there are substantial water savings, substantial emission reductions. It could be through better energy efficiency in the pumping process, for example, or in the treatment process, or also the possibility of capturing, for example, the resulting methane from wastewater processing. Also, within the water space, you will have the presence of adaptation components, depending on the circumstances. Let's say that the PPP project is being implemented in a context of water stress or continuous periodic flooding, storm surges, and all that. There are some components within your PPP project for water that may provide more resilience to the infrastructure, such as coastal defense, such as, for example, some components on the water project that is going to make it more resilient. For example, low carbon desalination. Low carbon desalination can be also an example of PPP project that is going to be climate eligible. And there are specific rules that I will not elaborate. Each of these categories could deserve their own presentation, their own technical day. But to give you a flavor, water is a very important subject within the context of climate and PPPs. Also, digital technologies and communications. So you will have telecom networks, including telecom towers, improving, for example, the tenancy ratio of telecom towers to make sure that you don't have necessarily one tower, one operator, but you can use one tower for serving several operators and expanding the coverage within the country. That may be climate if we demonstrate that we are either improving the tenancy ratio substantially, let's say by 20%, or if we have an energy solution to enable that telecom operations, such as a mix of renewable energy plus batteries within that telecom tower. If there is a mix, let's say, as many cases, there is a mix of renewable energy such as solar plus batteries, but there is also a backup power unit such as diesel. we can count a fraction of the tower investment, the tower PPP as climate. Another important aspect, especially from the municipal standpoint, is solid waste management. This is an industry that can be implemented successfully with PPPs, including not only the operation of landfills and implementation of a landfill, but also waste collection systems, including recycling units, product reuse, the full value chain of solid waste management can be eligible to climate finance. We'll have to make sure that there are a few components to enable the full transaction or a component of the transaction to qualify as climate finance. For example, in the case of a landfill, it needs to have a methane capture component and utilization of the methane. When it comes to a waste collection system, it needs to have a segregation system to separate those materials able to be recycled and to be reused, and then that component can be actually acknowledged as climate finance. Also in transport there is a number of frequent PPP examples, including roads that may have some climate components, including charging station, bike lanes, including climate resilience components such as features such as a coastal defense, such as a channel to avoid flooding within the road, and so on and so forth. Again, there is a number of project types in the transport space that are indeed subject of opportunities, but at the same time, there are sensitive areas, such as airports. So in the transport space, we'll have airports. Sometimes they can be implemented as a PPP. In those cases, as you know, airports operations, especially when it comes to international travel and all that, they are an important and substantial source of greenhouse gases emissions. Therefore, there are some components that could be climate related. For example, having a component to supply sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, and in this aspect, IFC is having important activity in this area to provide SAF solutions to airports. And also we can have passenger terminals and cargo terminals certified as green buildings. Those could be additional climate finance components within an airport project. So all in all, you have the possibility of having multiple types of PPPs within the typical eligibility areas, eligible areas within climate finance. We also have buildings typically, and I understand that we'll have more information later on during this day on green buildings. In the case of buildings, there are fortunately green building certifications that simplify the process of confirming eligibility. Some PPPs may include conditions to achieve green building certification, and that simplifies the process of eligibility. The good thing about green building certifications is that they take an envelope approach. They look at the building as a whole system working together, windows, walls, insulating floors, everything all together, delivering substantial energy efficiency, emissions, performance, and water savings. And that means that the full building minus the cost of land in most cases can be counted as climate finance. So this is a snapshot of the main categories that are included within the common principles. As I said, there is much more granularity, 71 pages. So one slide doesn't do justice to the full universe of possibilities. Um, so in terms of process, when it comes to climate finance, I can show you an example how does this work within multilateral banks and why they are going to ask questions about different components within your project. The idea is to identify within the project a CAPEX and OPEX breakdown, the climate component that is covered by the common principles as eligible, then the amount of the investment corresponding to that component, and the aggregate percentage is reported for a full fiscal year within the IFC annual report, and this is subject to external assurance. Similarly, in parallel to those dollars counted as climate finance, there is also accounting of the impact, but that's a separate topic. So again, and I cannot emphasize this enough, do not confuse GHG emission reductions or GHG emissions avoided with climate finance. So we may have projects that are climate related, but they have very little emission reductions or no emission reductions. Like for example, if we put solar power in Nepal or in a country with zero emissions in their power grid, because almost 100% of their power is delivered by renewable energy, then it doesn't necessarily reduce emissions, but it's still a climate finance acknowledged project. Electric mobility, we may not have all the information regarding the use of electric mobility, and also it may evolve very quickly. So it is counted as climate finance, even though we may not have necessarily emission reductions numbers, or even if calculated, sometimes emissions may increase a little bit in the short term. And also there are projects that can create emissions avoidance, such as a gas power project displacing coal power project that is not counted as climate finance because gas power is still based on fossil fuels. So remember this. Do not confuse GHG emissions avoided with climate finance. So going back to our ecosystem picture, so we have explained the type of requirements of multilateral banks. We have talked about the common principles. We have mentioned that to engage with multilateral banks, we need to have Paris alignment as a confirmation that the project is not going to undermine the goals of the Paris Agreement. Then we're going to look now at green bonds, which is, I will say, the main type of green and sustainable finance instrument to be used in the market, including PPPs. So the green bond process is fairly simple. It's about transparency. We need to specify which environmental objective is going to be supported through the use of proceeds of a green bond. We need to refer to the taxonomy use or the set of rules that will define that we are having eligible use of proceeds within a bond, and then list the use of proceeds that are consistent with that taxonomy and the issuer portfolio and pipeline. Then we need to document how decision making is done, how the different safeguards, for example, for managing environmental and social risk, are going to be applied for those activities where the funds of the green bond are going. And then we need to describe as an issuer what internal measures are we taking to ensure that we are going to have the information to report on impact. And the green bond process are based on principles, 4 principles that are, again, transparency principles to ensure that the use of the funds is going to exclusively support or is going to be exclusively allocated into green eligible activities. And to be green eligible, we need to refer to a taxonomy. So the first pillar of the green bond principles is called Pillar 1, which is called use of proceeds. The second one, project assessment and selection, to make sure that by choosing a green project, we take care that that green project doesn't create unwanted consequences. It does not create unmanageable environmental and social risk. And then the principles 3 and 4 are about making sure that we manage the proceeds properly so the funds go exclusively into green eligible activities, and that we are able to report back to investors on where the money goes and the expected impact from that from the use of funds. So this is the process leading to the green bond.
Francisco, I wanted to interrupt there for a moment as well. And I think what you're helping to shape now is a discussion around the broader market. You've spent some important time talking about the World Bank Group, and more importantly, also about the broader MDB community and climate finance. Now, when we talk about the green bond, this is part of a growing marketplace that I'm going to call labeled finance, because it looks at green, blue, and sustainable linked, which you're also going to cover, a growing market that is really looking at climate finance. And it's both bonds and loans, really critically. Francisco, perhaps you can talk a little bit about that broader context as well, as you also dive through explaining some of these labeled finance, in this case, green bonds.
Yes, I can do that. When somebody talks about sustainable finance, first of all, we're talking about supporting either environmental or social objectives. And there are two types of sustainable finance. I will explain that later on. Sustainable finance that follow the money, that specify that the funds are going to exclusively support a specific type of activities, and those specific type of activities are specified in taxonomies. And then there is a second type of sustainable finance that doesn't follow the money. It gives the issuer of the debt freedom to use the resources anywhere. But it follows not the money, but it follows the impact. So in this case, there are KPIs, key performance indicators, defined before issuance of the debt, where the KPIs representing material performance evolution of the issuer are going to be followed. And if they reach a target that has to be substantial, then there is a pricing implication, such as a step down or a step up in pricing, depending on missing or achieving the target. So those are the main two types. Now, when it comes to the evolution, many years ago, we back in 2007, we had this interest from pension funds and sovereign funds to say, look, we buy bonds issued by AAA entities such as the World Bank, and we would like to see how you can use the proceeds from that bond to exclusively support climate activities or green activities. And that's where the green bonds started. That started with an initial issuance of EIB and the World Bank, and then later on became more popular in the market. At some moment, IFC decided to work with other institutions to say, let's bring transparency to this process. They put together the green bond principles. Since then, IFC has been in the executive committee of the green bond principles, providing this market standard for transparency in the green bond process. Right now, if we put together green bonds plus sustainability linked finance plus other type of thematic instruments, they have surpassed 1 trillion. So $1 trillion US dollars of annual issuance. So that's a lot of investment. So now when we have defined ambition to say, let's do something to green, real estate, or let's do something to address biodiversity. The first question is, what sources are available? So in the big picture, we have close to $1 trillion in sustainable finance or thematic finance, as pointed out by Giselle, that can be tapped into. But we need to provide projects that are going to be eligible for the use of these funds. So that's the big picture in terms of the evolution. So let's continue. So there are several types of taxonomies or reference documents where you can find a list of eligible activities and the criterion guidance. This goes from the common principles that I explained before, that are mostly a taxonomy for climate finance in the context of multilateral banks, such as IFC. We have regional taxonomies for an economic zone, such as the EU taxonomy, which is very granular. It has some components in addition to eligible economic activities with the criterion guidance. It also has this feature called do no significant harm, making sure that by doing a green activity, we take care of managing environmental and social risk or not harming other environmental and social objectives. For example, if we want to address the need for adaptation, the addressing water stress, we could have a desalination plan. But as part of the do no significant harm, there are requirements for making sure that that desalination project is not going to use fossil fuels, or they use fossil fuels. It is minimized, and there is a very good level of efficiency and performance, and the use of the right technologies such as reverse osmosis and others. There are other taxonomies in the market, including China has one, including the Climate Bonds Initiative, or CBI, that was one of the first taxonomies in the market, that has been continuously updated to be applicable not only to the context of the OECD countries, but also to emerging markets. And then we have many more taxonomies coming from domestic initiatives. For example, South Africa, Colombia, Morocco, Mongolia, all of them, they have been supported by IFC to have their own taxonomies in order to reflect specific priorities on environmental and social objectives at the country level. When it comes to green bonds implementation, there are several steps, including the preparation of a framework, a green bond framework. And here I talk about bond, but the same rules apply to a loan or a green loan that has defined use of proceeds. The framework is a communication document owned by the issuer of the bond. It is subject to an external review. The green bond principles do not require a second opinion or a external review, but it is a welcome good practice that indeed is going to provide assurance to investors in your PPP that we are not greenwashing. Then during the life or the tenure of the bond, we need to apply metrics and a set of rules to make sure that the projects that are going to be receiving funds are indeed eligible. And there is a process for reporting. All this repeats
Sorry,
until
Francisco,
bond
I'm
maturity.
going to interrupt for a moment. Let me just ask for all the participants, if you could please mute yourselves while the speakers are speaking, and feel free to turn on and ask questions during Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we're going to be talking about sustainability linked finance. And this is an area where we can have multiple type of KPIs, or key performance indicators, to actually follow the impact and performance of the projects. For example, we can have that within a PPP project, we can have, let's say, for waste management, some circular economy KPIs, saying how much material they recover, how much absolute amount of recycling is done, how much waste is being reduced. Similarly, on a T&D project, or let's say on buildings projects, we may have targets and KPIs referring to green building certifications, reducing losses within T&D, and so on and so forth. So there is a number of KPIs that are being used by the market when it comes to sustainability linked finance. What's the difference between sustainability linked finance and green bonds, green loans? Again, green bonds and green loans are for a specific green use of proceeds. So there is a follow the money approach, and in sustainability linked finance in the form of bonds and loans, there is flexibility on the use of funds, but there is a tracking process of the performance of the borrower according to a KPI, and the pricing depends on whether or not they achieve some predefined ambitious targets. All this is guided by international transparency principles. So in addition to the green bond principles that I mentioned before, we also have for this type of instruments, green loan principles from the Loan Market Association, and also sustainability linked loan principles. As a comparison, again, use of proceeds is the core feature of a green loan. In the case of sustainability linked loans, we're talking about target setting and pricing implications depending on achieving or missing the targets. All this is informed by market standards, in addition to the market standards that you may already know, such as the green bond principles, social bond principles, sustainability bond principle guidelines. We also have from IFC orientation for the market. For example, in the last 3 years, we have published a number of reference guides for biodiversity, for blue finance, also for MSME finance. In the context of PPPs, we may have two basic type of options. One is that if the PPP has a very well-defined green or social nature of the assets, then we can apply the corresponding taxonomy, green bond principles, green loan principles, social as well, social loan or bond principles, and then we can define which components or perhaps all of the project can be eligible to be supported by those type of instruments, such as green or social bonds or loans. But if the project may be a little bit more complex, and we may not have components that are explicitly green or social, then we can have KPIs and targets that are going to be following a desired social impact or green impact, and they need to be ambitious, and those can be supported by sustainability linked loans or bonds. So this is the summary that I wanted to present. I went a little bit over time, but happy to answer any questions.
Francisco, a big thank you. We do have some questions, and I'll cut to those in just a moment. But you ended us on a really interesting note, because over the past 2 days, we've been talking across the sector toolkits around KPIs and how important they are to be able to enhance the ability to tap into what I'm calling labeled finance, which, as you outlined here, can be green, blue, sustainable, linked, social, both bonds and loans. And the importance of potentially beginning to integrate in a concession contract some of these KPIs. But I think important note there, not to create a stretch target. That is an important aspect that during the financing process can be established to really enable these types of financings to take off. So interesting that you've been able to give us an important perspective around the MDB finance world. Clearly, that's what is guiding the World Bank Group, and in terms of private sector, the IFC, as well as our partners, but also the broader market with all of this labeled financing that you were discussing. And if we're going to get to the trillions that are needed in terms of financing, it is critical to look at this broader market of climate finance to really unlock the potential and to be able to accelerate both the finance and the action around that. Now, let me just pull up briefly some of the questions here. I think you've begun to answer some of them. Let me read them out loud. Just bear with me for a moment. One question, how to assume the short-term impact GHG accounting in the infrastructure financing? Infra financing requires long-term assumptions which encompass the life cycle management of the infrastructure asset itself. Thank you.
Very good question. I can say that GHG accounting doesn't come out of the blue. It is a process following a methodology. All IFIs, including IFC and others, are working together on a process of harmonization of ESG accounting methodologies. Within those ESG accounting methodologies, there is a well-established set of tools to define, number one, the boundaries of the calculation. What sources of emissions and sinks of emissions are going to be included within the calculation. Then what factors and equations are we going to use to translate project information into ESG accounting information. So that is already happening for a number of project types. When it comes to short-term versus long-term, when doing ESG accounting, a very important aspect to properly picture the impact is to say one thing is construction and another thing is operation when it comes to the PPP asset. So ESG accounting mostly focus on the actual operation. There can be some calculations as well on the construction, but typically, for example, if we're talking about an airport, if we're talking about a road, much of the lion's share of emissions are going to happen during operations. There are, of course, embedded emissions within the materials being used and the energy spent during construction, but in most cases, there is far more attention and far more information as well on ESG accounting on the operation side. So that's something that is done in a harmonized way by most of the international financial institutions, including IFC, multilateral banks, and even some commercial banks that participate on this. This is a process guided by the UNFCCC that serves as a secretariat for the IFI ESG accounting group. I see other questions as well. Do you want me to address them directly? Or
yes, please. So is there defined proportion of components of the project that need to be green for it to qualify for climate finance is one other question. And then there's a couple of others, I believe.
Very good question. There is no hard threshold. So you can have 5% of your project supported by climate finance and 95% by plain vanilla finance. So there is no issue. The question is more on the project sponsor side, because to demonstrate that a component or a fraction or all the project is climate finance eligible, you will have to provide some information. So when it comes to transaction cost, let's say that 0.1% of your project is climate finance, and you will have to collect a lot of information to have 0.1% of your project supported by climate finance, because only that component qualifies. You start to have those considerations, that trade-off. No, should I do all the heavy lifting, collecting more information, committing to monitor this and to do that, only to have 0.1% of my project supported by climate finance? So in that case, it may not be efficient. But if we have a substantial fraction, let's say, I don't know, 20, 30%, even 10%, can be supported by climate finance, then the effort will be worth doing.
Francisco, there's a related question here. It says, is there any limit for the share of climate finance? If yes, what is the max cap for climate finance share to total project costs?
There is no limit. Actually, there are many projects that are PPPs, and they qualify as 100% climate finance. So there is no limit, either from the top or from the bottom. There is no limit on that.
Francisco, though, however, the project, when you're looking at climate finance, you're looking at it based on total project costs. I think important aspect there, no?
Yes. Remember the equation, this fraction in which the numerator is the climate component, and in the denominator we have the total project size. So those are the two main numeric factors. So therefore, you can reach 100%, but you have to have the components properly eligible.
Here's another question. What has been the international experience in the percentage of components of the project that qualify for climate finance?
That's a very good question. To answer that in a given context, in the context of IFC, IFC has been financing projects, with climate finance for many years. And the share of climate finance in IFC has skyrocketed. Right now is close to 45%, 46% of what we finance by volume is eligible as climate finance. If we have a specialized fund on climate finance, such as, let's say, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, 100% of what they do is 100% climate. Similarly, within the World Bank, we have the climate investment funds. Those are trust funds exclusively dedicated to support climate-related projects. So for them, 100% of what they do is climate. From the PPP standpoint, it depends on the industry. Let's say if I am a PPP sponsor or a company dedicated to PPP projects, if I work developing airports, a minor fraction could be counted as climate finance. But if I specialize within project airports, airport for projects, project for airports, only on the terminals, and I make sure that all my terminals are green certified, then I can reach 100% green building certification, and therefore 100% climate eligibility. If in the context of PPPs, I specialize into sustainable aviation fuel, again, we can have 100%. But if I am a generic airport developer, then the overall fraction of climate finance within my activities will be limited.
Francisco, there's one other question, and then I think we're going to transition away and we'll take a look to see if there's any other unanswered questions that we can try to address online. But what's the difference between green bond and project finance?
Well, project finance is the plain vanilla structure to complete the financial equation of a given project that has a beginning and end, a specific purpose and everything. So green bonds is a thematic instrument. It's a debt instrument that has defined use of proceeds. So the green bond covers typically specific components within project finance that can be green eligible. So you may have a project finance ticket, let's say of 500 million, and but only 100 million out of that is eligible for a green bond. Therefore, the partner or the project sponsor may issue a bond of 100 million only to cover the green components only. So it is a subset of the project finance equation in this case, in this context. But remember, green bonds are not limited to be used only in project finance. They can also be used in other applications as well, beyond project finance.
So, Francisco, we do have other questions, but I think we're going to try to tackle those offline here. A big thank you. Your coverage of climate finance is a critical aspect of what we're trying to do here with the toolkits, with structuring PPPs that can go out and attract private sector investment and get to successful financial close. So absolutely critical piece of the puzzle that we're trying to put together around climate change. A big thank you to you for joining us. And please feel free to stay and join us for some of the other sessions. We're now going to transition over to our colleagues with carbon markets. Another fascinating area. I'm going to ask those colleagues, Kiyoshi, Max, and Dan, who are joining us from the IFC and also from the World Bank, and who are our carbon market specialists, to share their screen and be able to advance with the presentation. Just a few words. Carbon markets present a very unique opportunity to embed into PPPs, to embed into solutions around climate finance, and may actually create additional cash flows that either enhance the project returns, the PPP project returns, or may also create project viability where there's a viability gap funding. So it presents really interesting opportunities. But I think what you're going to hear from our colleagues is that this is a very rapidly changing market as well. And finally, we're also going to be joined by some colleagues that are from GIF that are going to help explain some of the efforts that GIF is doing also in carbon markets just at the tail end of these presentations. So a big thank you on to carbon markets.
Okay, thank you very much, Zell. And thank you and welcome everybody to this session, Carbon 101 and IFC approach and opportunities. My name is Kiyoshi Okumura, Senior Investment Officer of Climate Business Department based in Washington, D.C. The purpose of this presentation is to provide you the fundamentals of the carbon credit market. The format today, my colleague Max Groth is going to kick off with Carbon Market 101 section, covering basics. Then I will talk about the IFC carbon approach and IFC's deal acceptance criteria that IFC developed and operationalized this year. Then Dan Raddak from the World Bank will talk about World Bank engagement roadmap for carbon markets. And we will have Q&A sessions. So this is a format. So Max, over to you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as Kiyoshi mentioned, he and I are on the climate and carbon finance team at IFC. Our team's mandate is to identify, develop, and help execute new financial products and structures to grow IFC's climate business. Carbon finance and carbon markets over the last 2 years especially have been a real priority that have been highlighted both internally but also externally by our clients. And we also manage regular carbon markets interest group where we share regular news updates and things like that. So before we get into carbon specifically, I just wanted to position carbon credits within corporate's broader net zero roadmap. And I want to emphasize that carbon credits are really only one piece and really the last piece of a true, kind of all-encompassing decarbonization strategy. So first, you can focus on increasing the energy efficiency of your own operations, of a corporate's own operations, so decarbonization internally, shifting your procurement to renewable energy, or your energy procurement to renewable energy. And then lastly, for the residual emissions that cannot be offset readily, you can then purchase carbon offsets. And a carbon offset or a carbon credit is a certificate that represents 1 ton of CO2 reduced or removed from the atmosphere. And these carbon projects that generate carbon credits, are really critical in our view to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and are also mostly located in emerging markets. So given the existing and expected limits of decarbonization, we must find ways to credibly offset residual emissions by removing or reducing CO2 from the atmosphere. And to align with the 1.5 degree scenario of the Paris Agreement, we need to generate about 23 gigatons of CO2 reductions by 2030. And this requires about a 15x increase in the size of the voluntary carbon market compared to 2019. This was a study recently done by McKinsey. Most of these carbon projects are located in emerging markets and therefore represent an opportunity to catalyze greatly needed finance for projects that reduce or remove GHG emissions. So there are a few different types of carbon markets. I'm sure some of you are familiar with some of these, but I thought it would be helpful just to kind of lay them all out on one slide. So first we have compliance markets. These are mandatory emissions trading schemes like the EU ETS, or here in the US, we have one in California. They are regulated by national or regional bodies, typically are cap and trade schemes where allowances are issued, but they are usually very highly fragmented geographically and by industry. There are also voluntary carbon markets. These are global self-regulated markets that operate on a voluntary basis and are driven by corporate net zero pledges. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier with the corporate roadmap. The majority of the transactions in the voluntary market are over the counter with very limited exchange trading. So it's kind of a fragmented and sort of an opaque market. It's much smaller than compliance markets, which we'll touch on shortly, but growing quite rapidly. There are also international carbon markets. These are Article 6 markets, which you may have heard about under the Paris Agreement. There are two different types of international carbon markets within this. Article 6.2 allows countries to trade internationally transferred mitigation outcomes bilaterally or multilaterally, but typically we see this as a bilateral country-to-country mechanism. Whereas Article 6.4 aims to create a global carbon market to trade Article 6.4 emission reductions overseen by a UN entity. And this is meant to be more of the replacement for the clean development mechanism that was implemented under the Kyoto Protocol. We will get to Article 6 markets briefly later on in the presentation, but unfortunately there was disappointing progress in developing and operationalizing these markets during COP28. So we see these as more relevant in the next 2 to 3 years versus in the near term. And lastly, Dan will talk about the World Bank emission reductions programs. They have they have a couple crediting methodologies to assist countries to attaining their NDCs through results-based financing. Some are focused on the forest carbon landscape, such as FCPF. They have a new program scaling climate action by lowering emissions, which I'm sure Dan will touch on more. As I mentioned on the last slide, compliance markets are currently much larger than voluntary markets. Voluntary markets last year only retired about 180 million tons of credits versus compliance markets, which generated over 10 billion tons of emissions reductions. This data is a little bit old, but just gives you a sense of the different size of these markets. Compliance markets are currently voluntary markets are currently much smaller, but are growing rapidly. There's about 700 companies currently that have committed to a net zero emissions target, and over half of those have explicitly stated an intention to use offsets. As I mentioned on the last slide, about 180 million credits were retired in 2023. And in the future, we see that the market could increase significantly through 2030, and then beyond that through 2050, potentially a much greater increase. Now, there are a few different types of carbon credits. There are differences both in terms of what the credit actually represents and then also how the credit was generated. In terms of what the credit represents, there are what are known as avoidance or reduction credits, and then there are removal credits. Avoidance and reduction credits require a baseline to be calculated. Then future emissions are measured against that baseline, and credits are issued for the difference between the two. So it requires a business as usual kind of scenario to be calculated, and then actual emissions are measured and credits are issued based on the difference. Removal are assuming that you are kind of starting from zero. So think of afforestation starting with a deforested area already, then building up that forest from scratch. So that's actually removing CO2 from the atmosphere. It doesn't require a baseline calculation. So they tend to have a little bit higher environmental integrity because there are fewer assumptions associated with the credit itself. Beyond that, though, there are different types of ways that you can generate these credits. There are nature-based solutions, which our colleague Irina will touch on in much greater detail later on in the session. These can involve blue carbon projects. And in the blue boxes here, we've highlighted the ones that we think would be most relevant for our PPP clients. So within blue carbon, we have mangrove restoration, seagrass. There's also renewable energy credits, those that are generated from solar and wind projects, waste heat recovery, EV charging, waste management. So there's both nature-based projects, but then also technology-based ones. This I'll move through pretty quickly, but it just gives you a sense of the landscape of the key participants in the VCM. There are project developers, so those that actually operate the projects that generate these credits. There are brokers that interact between sellers of credits and buyers of credits. Then you have the end users of the credits, those that ultimately aim to retire them, retire these credits against their own emissions. And then there's a whole ecosystem kind of behind that. Financial providers, there are ratings agencies that are growing in prominence that rate the quality of the credits. There are exchanges and marketplaces that are starting to develop more listed products. So there's a lot of players in the market currently, and ultimately what that has led to is a pretty complex landscape. So I mentioned earlier, there's a few different type of crediting mechanisms and standards. There are Article 6 mechanisms, there are domestic compliance markets, and then there are independent voluntary standards like Vera or Gold Standard. They all ultimately generate carbon credits, but it matters whether those credits are going to be sold domestically or internationally. And one of the issues we're seeing more and more is whether or not credits sold internationally will be accompanied by a corresponding adjustment by the host country. And there's a lot of technical detail that we can get into on this, but ultimately, if a corporate is going to claim a credit against their own emissions, does the country then need to reduce, does they need to remove that credit being claimed against their own NDC? Will the country charge a premium for that corresponding adjustment? These are all issues that are still kind of being actively worked out as the market is moving very fast. And so it has, as you can see here, led to a very complex landscape, both in how the credit is generated and also the type of claim that a corporate or another person can make with the credit. In terms of what types of qualities buyers value in a carbon credit, we've conducted a rigorous market sounding exercise, and these are some of the feedback that we've heard from carbon credit buyers. So the first is the methodology or the registration. Buyers really prefer well-established methodologies like Vera, Gold Standard, World Bank methodologies. There are some newer standards and methodologies that are out there. We haven't really seen those be adopted at scale yet. As I mentioned, the project type can also have a big difference, a big impact in terms of the buying decision. Whether the project is a removal project or an avoidance project, some buyers exclusively focus on one or the other. Whether the credit was generated by a nature-based process or a technology-based process. Where the project is located also has a big impact. A lot of buyers prefer to source credits close to home or near their supply chain. Whether or not the credit generates any co-benefits, that could be revenues to support local communities or to protect biodiversity or native land. And also when the credits were generated. You are able to, typically newer projects and newer credits, so those that were issued within the last 2 to 3 years, are traded at a higher price because they have kind of a recency bias, and they tend to attract higher prices. So just to give you a sense of kind of where the voluntary market is currently. In 2023, issuances, so that's the supply side of the market. These are the number of credits that have been issued by carbon projects all over the world. The supply side fell about 25% as a result of about 31% and 27% decrease in reducing deforestation and renewable energy credit issuances, respectively. This was driven largely by methodological uncertainty, delays in issuances at major standard bodies, and a decline in general market sentiment. However, retirements, which is when a corporate retires a credit, canceling it from future use against its own emissions, the retirements, the demand side, were about level compared to 2022 at about 180 million tons. And we think this reflects kind of a base level of demand in the market currently. RED Plus and renewable energy credits still comprise about 2/3 of total retirements. These are, reduction projects. We are seeing more of an emphasis on removal projects, but the scale there for those projects is still really not there yet. In terms of pricing, 2022 was a very strong year. You can see all the way on the right-hand side of this table an indication of the percentage price increase across major project types, and you can see that all of them are up at least 60%, some cases over 100%. However, 2023 carbon pricing brought some growing pains. Prices across most project types fell in 2023 as a result of some skepticism regarding the carbon integrity of certain credits, as well as how those credits are being used. RED Plus credits in particular ended 2023 about 50% lower than where they started. And you can see also in this just the volatility in some of these credit pricing. However, we do typically see nature restoration and other removal projects trade at much higher prices than avoidance or reduction projects. I mentioned some of the integrity concerns that have been highlighted in the market, and as a response, there are several initiatives underway to improve that integrity. Some focused on the demand side and others focused on the supply side. I won't go through this slide fully, and we're happy to share this presentation afterwards. But the main initiative on the supply side is the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets. They've released 10 core carbon principles. And then on the demand side, there's the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative, and they have developed a claims code of practice to provide guidance for buyers on when and how they can credibly use credits and what claims they can make. As I referenced earlier, COP28 did not operationalize Article 6 markets as was hoped. These are the international markets envisaged under the Paris Agreement. The goalpost for further development has kind of shifted now to COP29. There was no agreement on the text for Article 6.2 and Article 6.4, meaning operationalization has likely been delayed for another 2 to 3 years. We view this as a support for the voluntary markets in the near term. As these international solutions are a few years away, we think corporates are just going to take their own action in the interim. I just wanted to touch briefly as I kind of move now into the summary piece of what we see as the major benefits that the VCM can provide. So first, they're a powerful climate tool. A properly functioning VCM can be a powerful climate tool by channeling finance to developing countries that address difficult to abate emissions. These carbon credit revenues can make projects in sectors and emerging market countries with a high cost of capital commercially or economically viable. Many of these projects are located in emerging markets, and increased investments into these projects can result in greater investment flows into these economies. Many types of carbon credit projects have additional SDG-related impacts and various co-benefits, like local community support and biodiversity. And then lastly, it is a highly innovative space. We're seeing a lot of demand, both from our clients and also internally, to increase our activity in the space, which is something that Kiyoshi will touch on shortly. As I mentioned, client demand for this is surging. We view this as a way to support our incremental deal flow and improve our own competitiveness. And with decades of experience in carbon markets, combined with our credit rating, our ENX experience, and a large client base, we think IFC is well positioned to expand its engagement in carbon markets. And I will now pass it on to Kiyoshi to go through our carbon approach and deal acceptance criteria. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Yes, please stay in this slide. Thank you. So Climate Business Development Team presented an approach for IFC's engagement in carbon market to the IFC management team in November last year. Overall, the management team acknowledged the growing momentum for carbon market, but they also recognize the risks and complexities in this evolving landscape. Management team acknowledged that IFC needs to engage in carbon markets, but advised to do it cautiously and to ensure that what we do is aligned with our core values. Also, the management team directed climate business development to formulate a new deal acceptance criteria, providing guidance on how to deal with integrity issues. So we formulated deal acceptance criteria. I will explain the criteria with the slide to come later. IFC's carbon approach has short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategy. Next, please. The short-term strategy. The short-term strategy is to engage with voluntary carbon market. It has 4 sub-pillars. The first one is investment in carbon credit funds. What we aim to do here is to work with leading carbon credit fund managers. The second pillar is direct investment in projects. We do it selectively and cautiously by selecting high-quality carbon projects that meet with IFC deal acceptance criteria. The third pillar is to develop carbon-linked debt platform. This is more conceptual at this point, but the idea is to develop a debt instrument in which carbon credit can be used for a part of interest payments or repayment. The fourth pillar is to establish technical assistance upstream facility to support clients to generate carbon credits. It could be done by sharing the cost of carbon generation process, advisory services to identify and develop potential co-benefits, and capacity building to IFC clients. Next, please. The medium-term strategy is collaboration with the World Bank. One example is to work with World Bank for Forest Carbon Partnership Facility managed by the World Bank. Dan from the World Bank will explain about this more in details later, but World Bank developed its own methodology for carbon credit generation from forest conservation and is helping host countries to implement forest conservation and receive result-based payment. 15 countries have been able to generate credits beyond contract volumes. So World Bank aims to help these countries sell the excess emission reductions through auction, direct sale, and through exchanges. So IFC could help bring private sector angle for sales of excess FCPF credits. The long-term strategy is Article 6 market preparation. Currently, voluntary carbon market is growing faster than Article 6 market. However, more than 55 countries in DC confirmed their interest in utilizing international market mechanisms, and there are an increased number of Article 6.2 pilots. So it is likely that Article 6 market will catch up with voluntary carbon markets, and voluntary carbon market will be integrated into Article 6 market. IFC could support IFC client to prepare for the international Article 6 market by carbon market opportunity evaluation, assessment of interoperability of the voluntary and compliance market, and build capacity for measurement, accounting, and verification. Next, please. This slide outlines voluntary carbon market risks and measures to mitigate the risks. Financial risk is a risk around carbon credit prices. As Max explained, the price has been quite volatile in voluntary carbon market. This risk is mitigated by contracting long-term fixed price or floor price carbon offset agreement. Reputational risk is what management team recognized in the evolving landscape when Climate Business Department presented IFC carbon approach to management team. As Max explained, the integrity issue are on both demand and supply side. On supply side, ensuring the credibility and integrity of carbon credit is critical. Some criticisms have been centered around overcrediting due to too aggressive baseline setting or lack of benefit sharing with local communities. On the demand side, the criticism is on greenwashing. So following management team's instructions, we prepared a deal acceptance criteria. I will go into it in the next slide. Regulatory and policy risk is a risk resulting from the evolving voluntary carbon market rules, regulations, and practices. And these risks can be partially mitigated by obtaining no objection or authorization letter from the host country, obtaining guarantee by MEGA, and taking significant buffer of carbon credit into consideration. Next, please. This is the deal acceptance criteria. IFC investment team will assess the carbon deals using this criteria when considering investments. The criteria have three components to check: supply side, demand side, and economic equity. Supply side assessment is to ensure the credibility and integrity of carbon credits. We also need to make sure that carbon revenue is shared with local stakeholders and communities appropriately. Use of credible methodology, adherence to core carbon principles set by the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Market, use of independent carbon rating agencies when necessary, and confirming satisfactory benefit sharing plan are recommended. The demand side assessment is to confirm that buyer's intention is to complement its decarbonization plan and not to replace it or speculative purpose. While imposing restrictions or requirements on use of credits sold may not be practical or accepted commercial practice, it is recommended to confirm that the buyer has disclosed emission inventory, buyer has decarbonization or net zero strategy, buyer aims to use credit for that strategy, and buyer's adherence to claim code of practice by the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative where applicable. The third component is analysis of the economic equity. It is to confirm that carbon credits do not adversely affect the host country of the issuing project and are consistent with its policies and regulations. The criteria is to ensure that IFC is engaging with high integrity, high quality carbon projects, adhering to its core values. The criteria does not intend to define which types of projects to go and which type not to go. But anyway, this presentation will be shared with you. So please feel free to reach Climate Business Department or IFCPP team for any inquiry and clarification on the deal acceptance criteria. So now I'm passing on to Dan from the World Bank, who will present World Bank engagement roadmap for carbon market. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiyoshi. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So in November last year, the bank issued around the time of the COP a strategy, which is called the Engagement Roadmap for Carbon Markets, which basically was a way to communicate both internally and externally what the bank was going to do to support carbon markets, including the, and I'll get into 3 different areas, but the overall view of that. But as background, the World Bank has been, and along with our IFC colleagues, have been involved in the carbon market for 20 plus years. The Prototype Carbon Fund was the first fund created by the bank in 1999. There was a first generation of funds that were project-based. It mostly worked with the CDM. With our second generation of carbon funds, which include the Forest Carbon Partnership, the Biocarbon Fund, Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscapes, TCAF, and another fund called CDEV, there was more of an attempt in the wake of kind of the CDM to address different sectors or different areas that were kind of left behind by CDM. So I'll talk briefly about the forest carbon market, the FCPF in a moment. But these funds focus both on mobilizing funds for making payments against emission reductions, but also importantly, and I think maybe the most important thing was the technical assistance. And also there was a lot of, as a result of this work, there was a lot of innovation. There were literally dozens of methodologies that the bank authored under the CDM to advance kind of the intellectual property that for the clean development mechanism, which which is still used to this day in terms of moving forward with new methodologies. And also there was a lot of thinking around pricing and also thinking about next generation innovations that we can talk about a little bit later about how to make the market work even better and build integrity to it. So we go to the next slide. So the strategy kind of breaks down to three areas or pillars, they call it. One would be unlocking finance, which deals mostly with the FCPF. Then talking about scaling across the bank pipeline, which means trying to monetize out of the bank pipeline as many emission reduction and building programs which can generate a lot of supply of emission reductions. And then finally, and maybe the most important, is to work with partners across carbon markets to help build greater integrity into all parts of the carbon market. Focused a lot on methodology, but also working with potential buyers and as well as suppliers as well. So we go to the first pillar. So the FCPF, let's go to the next slide, please. So the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, well, right now it has 15 programs, but really, if you look back, it started in 2010 and really started with the Readiness Fund, which is really more like 40 plus programs, which is really key to creating the enabling environment for those 15 programs to work, because we had to work a lot with these different countries to help them build systems, MRV, to basically get to a point where they could properly monitor the program or the forest programs and do it in a way, get the infrastructure set up, get the monitoring systems, the MRV get that set up, and do it in a way that would provide integrity. It's important to know that the FCPF, the participants in the FCPF include a lot of sovereigns. So on that side of it, it ensured a lot of the integrity side. The sovereigns really demanded that there'd be a very high level degree of integrity in terms of how those emission reductions were generated. But it also included, of course, private sector as well. So once the carbon side of the FCPF, the carbon fund of the FCPF got going, it ended up with 15 different programs. And it's been highly successful so far. It's generated more emissions than that the FCPF has contracted for, leaving extra emission reductions to be sold to others in the general market. And also it has, and I'm not sure where the status was, I thought it already had become CORSIA eligible, so that it can sell into some of these compliance markets right now. So it becomes a highly valuable commodity. And so the bank is supporting these countries to have access to these 15 countries to have access, if they have extra emission reductions, to these compliance market. This helps build the structures that are needed to access it, to market those emission reductions. And then there are other instruments that are being used. Frankly, I'm not that familiar with it, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. But I think there's just a lot of innovation in terms of this process. A lot of what we do on the bank side as we create these funds is we sort of learn by doing. So we have a fund, we have technical assistance, and when we partner with countries, we have to figure out how do we make it work in line with what's required, and not just the FCPF, but the other funds we work in. So it's sort of a way that is a very focused form of technical assistance in a sense. So let's go to the next pillar. So part of the strategy is essentially to mainstream what we've been doing in carbon finance, which was initially really a boutique part of the World Bank, but has become, especially in the last few years, a mainstream part of the World Bank. I think as we've all been saying over the course of this presentation, is that climate finance from carbon markets plays an important role. It's not everything, but it's an important element. So what the bank is interested in doing is increasing the supply of climate finance from carbon markets that could be available to its client countries so that they begin the process of accessing the carbon markets, to go well beyond what the bank can provide in terms of its own fund, and to use the carbon markets, which we believe would be private, which could go through the voluntary market or through A6 types transactions. And the bank is there to basically support this and support all the work that needs to get done so that countries can fully take advantage of carbon markets to meet the financing needs, and particularly the concessional finance they need to basically make the transition. And so one thing I'll note is that initially, as I mentioned, when our initial generation of carbon funds, we were working very much focused on project-based types of carbon finance activities. This has evolved. So the FCPF, for example, is jurisdiction. It looks at a very large area, and this is similar to the Biocarbon Fund, Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscapes. And it looks at a large scale area. And that was one innovation. We also, through another fund called the Transformative Carbon Asset Facility, TCAF, Asset Facility, otherwise known as TCAF, has pioneered something called policy-based crediting, where we work with governments. Our clients are predominantly governments, and that we link carbon payments to the results of policies. And this is a very important innovation. This is something that's attracted a lot of attention, and we think it will be an important tool going forward. And then there's sector level, which we're also doing within TCAF, looking at whole sectors. For example, I'm working on a project in Pakistan right now focused on wastewater across in 2 provinces. So that's getting more to the sector level side of things. So these are what we call, these are methodologies, but in a sense, they are also approaches. And this gets into different technologies. I think we've covered, I think it's been well covered that we can, in terms of mitigation finance, we can cover, we do different types of crediting approaches. Really, we focus on different sectors. I mentioned, again, go back to ITMOs. ITMOs will probably have a higher price than voluntary credits. And so there's an interest in developing access for countries to be Article 6 ready, so that they can sell credits through that kind of bilateral, multilateral transaction. This is definitely more complicated than a VCM transaction because what is required by the country, but is something that we are actively working on and trying to get some of the first ITMO transactions this year, even though we recognize that market may not take off for a few years. And then just to say, all of the funds we have support the readiness work that needs to get done, which includes working with governments, typically Ministry of Environment, to get ready for Article 6, but also with the entities that we work with in the particular sectors to build their MRV, their monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, and do that in a way that results in high integrity, high impact carbon. We go to the next slide. So this is a lot of parts to help. These are a lot of activities under this rubric to where the bank is helping to improve the overall enabling environment for carbon markets. We mentioned already we're doing a lot with institutional support and capacity building in countries. Oftentimes we do that separately from projects. Sometimes we do that with projects. So the facility that we do it separate from projects is the Partnership for Market Implementation. But for example, we have technical assistance programs with TCAP and the FCPF. So sometimes we do it with projects. One really important thing that we've been focused on is the digitization of carbon. What that means is, well, some people have said carbon is digital, and what that means is really it's, carbon is really just about accounting, and the more digital, digitized figures you have, the easier it is to basically do all your monitoring, reporting, and verification. And so that means helping to build platforms to aggregate data. It means, in some cases, connecting systems to feed in automatically to that platform. So this does two things. This improves the integrity of those emission reductions because you're trying to show actual data that's actually coming in there and not using parameters to make it to estimate emission reductions, but also it speeds up, in theory, the process for doing MRV, and both things can help really build the carbon market. And then there's we're helping on the other side to working with verification bodies. There's a variety of activities that we're working on, but for example, we're working on with the voluntary carbon market, or one of them, gold standard, to help improve certain methodologies to make it more rigorous. And then finally, mobilizing private capital. We are working with potential buyers to aggregate demand for carbon emissions for some of the projects that we are in the process of developing.
And thank you. I think this gives a really interesting perspective on what we together as a One World Bank group across IFC and the World Bank are doing across carbon markets. And it's a complex area that is still very much under evolution. But I think for our audience here, which are our government sector and PPP directors and others, I think the key message that we want to leave you with is we are here to help you navigate what is a complex marketplace. And this carbon markets creates unique opportunities also for PPPs to tap into potentially finance, to tap into potentially revenue flows. And we are helping to build that capacity, help connect key stakeholders, and to create an end-to-end supply, trading, and offtake market there. So it really is something that I think, as you put it, Dan, there is an engagement roadmap for carbon markets as well. Any final comments, Kiyoshi, Max, Dan on this before I briefly turn to JIF and wrap up this session.
Yes, thank you very much, Giselle. So as Giselle explained, so we are here to help you. So, but our department, climate business development, is first we support deals developed by the industry departments. So for any inquiries and requests, please reach to the PPP team, and we can work together. And one more thing is that we are currently trying to set up the technical assistance upstream facility. So we started our activity to to set up the facility. So maybe that facility, when it is ready to be operational, could be helpful for the PPP clients. Thank you.
Dan, any other comments?
No, I think Kiyoshi summed it up. We're here to help. Every project is a little different, but and every country is a little different, but we're ready to help.
Thank you. Thank you for the three of you to kind of help begin to unpackage what is that complexity of the market. I'd like to just briefly, before we move on to a little bit of a break, introduce Mukta, who's joining us from the Global Infrastructure Facility, just to give a very brief overview of some work that JIF is helping to support. Mukta, over to you. And your screen is up and running. Over to you. Thank you.
Mukta, I think you have your mute button.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Yeah,
We
I
can't
think
see the screen any longer, but if you want to just speak to it, that would be great.
Yeah, that's fine. I will just share it. So I'll anyways kind of begin it. So I briefly introducing Global Infrastructure Facility. So it's a G20 initiative, which actually provides project preparation support through multilateral development banks to all the developing member countries. And the key mandate which we have is really private capital mobilization. So overall, JIF has around 10 years of track record to provide this project preparation support, and also as a global platform to really convene public and private stakeholders to ultimately mobilize private capital. So as we heard today in this session from Dan, from Kiyoshi, and from Maxwell, that voluntary carbon markets is one of the areas which has a huge potential. But there are challenges. Few of the challenges which we just heard is really that market is fragmented. Market is not really that transparent. So there are really ad hoc bilateral transactions. So Global Infrastructure Facility kind of delved into it along with the World Bank to see what are the transactional level challenges which need to be resolved, or how we can scale up this market in this and support the project preparation. So the two gaps which we identified is really that the developing member countries need technical resources and financial expertise and resources to really access voluntary carbon markets. So we heard Kiyoshi talking about deal criteria of IFC. So any project which want to access private capital through voluntary carbon markets really needs a preparation. It needs to go through a journey of design, validation, registration. So the project needs to be prepared. So overall, this, and given the track record of Global Infrastructure Facility, GIF now provides support to prepare these projects to access voluntary carbon markets through World Bank Group and our other technical partners, including IFC. So far, over the last 1 year, GIF has provided around $1.6 million support to 4 projects. And the projects ranges from low carbon city program in Vietnam to emission reduction program to the World Bank. So to answer one of the questions which just came up in the chat, which Giselle mentioned, so GIF is one of the avenue which can support in project preparation through World Bank and IFC to developing member countries. So that's one support which which we can provide through our technical partners. And the second gap which we identified, given the nascency of the market, that there is this early stage liaising which is needed between the market actors. And the market actors are potential. Again, we heard from Maxwell the whole the landscape of the carbon markets. So again, the potential buyers and sellers really need to convene. And when Dan mentioned in one of the initiatives in Pillar 3 is Carbon Action Forum. So the Carbon Action Forum is really a platform of buyers and sellers to come together. So this is led by Climate Change Group, the World Bank, and Government of Singapore through their National Cabinet Secretariat of Climate. It has currently 18 members, so it is potentially is led by members. So the members are really across buyers, across nations. So there are regional representation from Asia to Africa to Latin America, across the regions, as well as the members have developers, to name it Tata Power. The members have SOEs, it called from Bangladesh, and members have many others from Nigeria and Africa, etc. So overall, this diverse mix of members has met around 4 times. We launched this in the COP28. And since then, the key fundamental challenge which has been identified is the demand. And again, we heard it across the presentations today. So again, this is another support which GIF is providing to convene this forum along with the World Bank and then really identify the transactional level challenges. So as we move forward, we expect that there will be demand pooling solution which will come out from these member-led forum and which ultimately be published as global public good. So I'll stop here, Giselle. Thank you so much.
Mukta, thank you so much. And I think what this helps to round off on the carbon markets is the World Bank Group as a whole is really pulling together to look at various solutions here, from funding to technical assistance and beyond. Now, we are running a bit behind, so I'm happy to address some questions in the chat. We're going to give you a 5-minute break as we set up the next group. And please do stay with us because we've been pulling together some of the puzzle pieces. And some of the next puzzle pieces that we want to unlock include nature-based solutions, which you heard earlier are a key piece of the carbon markets, and also begin to look at tools like green building certifications, that when we think about enhancing private sector and investment and finance, these are some critical tools to being able to enhance some of that as well. So please stay with us. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back with some of these additional presentations. Thank you so much. Dear all, we'll kick off in just a few moments. Prashant, thank you so much for joining us. I'll introduce you again in a moment, but your presentation is up on screen now. Thank you.
Thanks, Giselle. Can you hear me all right as well?
Yes, we can hear you. Your
Great.
screen.
To turn my camera on. This is all a bit unfamiliar. the WebEx, I don't know how to do this. Maybe I'll just try and stop sharing first, because then I can start video. That's it. There we are. Can you see me?
Thank you. Yes, we can see you. And if you want to try sharing, your screenshot was just up on it. It looked perfect.
I've just done that again. Hopefully, should be back. Yep.
Yeah, if you just close that section out, then you'll see the perfect. There we are. Thank you.
Great.
So let me start to introduce you, Prashant, and thank you all for joining us. As we continue our third day session, we wanted to turn next to looking at some really important tools for building in climate change and looking at decarbonization. But looking now at some important sectors in social sectors like housing and schools and hospitals, as well as bigger infrastructure like airports. And we've developed a fascinating tool that is market-based, and that Prashant, who is our expert from our climate department here at IFC, is going to be helping to share this tool together with a building resilience tool that really presents some fascinating options for us to think through. And when we think about the climate finance aspects, these are all pieces of the puzzle that help enhance finance and help attract investors as well. So Prashant, over to you to kind of elaborate on our EDGE green toolkit and the building resilience toolkit. Thank you so much for joining us.
Perfect. Thanks, Giselle. And I have 20 minutes. Is that right, Giselle?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, good. So I have a lot of material to cover. And just to quickly introduce myself, I'm the Green Buildings, Green City Specialist at the IFC. I'm based in Singapore. Okay, so what I shall be going over is the sort of built environment sort of tools that we have, okay? And our strategy and the way we've been able to kind of scale up investments in this space generally. Broadly, we have a way to kind of address the built environment. You can see it's a really important aspect, you know, in terms of carbon emissions, and that's the EDGE tool. On the mitigation side, we also have the APEX tool, the green cities piece, and I've been working with some CTIP3 colleagues to kind of work with that too. And then on the natural disasters and resilience side, we have the tool called BRI, which I shall introduce you to as well briefly. Okay, so broadly, I'll start with EDGE. We started a program, and what we were trying to do is come up with a whole sort of multi-pronged approach to tackle greening of cities, not just sort of looking at having a certification platform, which you might be familiar with, the EDGE aspect, but that's one aspect. But I think also looking at how we can get the financial institutions to play a role, how can we get, you know, developers and the mass teams to also play a role, also looking at sort of the government end of it, the building codes and incentives, right? So over the years, we've been trying to kind of use this, not everywhere symmetrically in every country, but more or less these are the sort of tools that we use to kind of work at a country level to transform markets. And I'll take you through one example of one country that's got to be worked out well in a sense as well. So broadly, EDGE stands for Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiency. It's a homegrown tool. Start off with maths, really, kind of maybe we're trying to tackle, you know, ways to kind of convince our real sector clients, housing, hotels, and that sort, to kind of get to see, you know, how they can make changes to the design of the buildings to make reduction in their carbon emissions, energy consumption, water consumption, that sort of thing, and also embodied energy, the carbon emissions of building materials, which you see here. We came up with a standard that really made it easy for clients to kind of really get to that standard and scale things up. Remember, before this, we had standards like green and LEED, which you might be familiar with, are really a lot more complicated and we're really address climate change in a straightforward way. They cover just about everything, in a very broad spectrum, right? So we needed something that's that. We also built in the tool, and I'll show you quickly a little later, a way to kind of quantify how much it costs to do these things. And that was a game changer, right? So, and I'll show you how we managed to scale things up. This is a busy slide, so forgive me. The idea is that we do have a certification platform. IFC does not certify. We outsource this with quality certification companies. We manage, my team and I have about 30 people who kind of manage this platform and make sure we maintain quality control. We do get some revenue from it that helps to kind of keep this whole thing sustainable in a sense. Broadly, we also have 3 different tiers. We have the basic edge 2020 across energy, water, materials. We have another one which is Edge Advanced, which really pushes the carbon and you're struggling to hear. Sorry, is there a problem, Giselle, with my voice?
No, we can hear you very clearly. Please feel free to go.
Maybe it's there. Okay. So we have Edge Advanced, which really pushes the building to go much further than just the 20% across the baseline. Baseline, we really managed to map the whole buildings essentially. And that gives you a pragmatic idea of what is the most likely building in that country based on the local regulations and getting the 20%, 40% better. For a lot of the corporates, we've also come up with a zero carbon certification platform as well. So yeah, I think that's broadly what I wanted to mention here. Let me just give you a sense. The tool really helps, and you can have a look at edgebuildings.com. It's free to use, and it's really popular. And basically, it sort of kind of puts your building design in the system. It tells you how much energy, water, materials you consume, how much you can save, and it's very numbers based. And it's really helped us be able to communicate with our clients, but also for the clients to communicate to their clients, be it home buyers or whoever, right? And also for them to communicate to the investors. That's been really we've been able to bring to the market. And frankly, the main thing that has been the game changer here is people to realize that actually building is not expensive, right? It only costs 1 or 2% more. Payments can be fairly quick, and also it's for clients to realize actually it's not complicated. It's really good practice things to do. They receive money, and it's a win-win for everyone, essentially, right? Okay, so this is where we are after about 6-7 years of scaling things up. We started off with mainly developing countries, but some of our investment clients have been taking Edge to other markets too. So we've made it over the years. We are running on version 3 right now. Version 3 has, and even the developed countries can use Edge, and there's a fair amount of demand in Europe and in other parts that we don't normally go out and sell Edge. You can see it's very common. Yeah.
Prashant, sorry to interrupt. May I ask you to turn off your camera to see if this enhances a little bit of the audio quality? Thank you.
Sure. Don't know how to turn it off. I'll try.
Just your camera.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Hopefully this is better. I can try and change my audio source. Would that help?
No, I think that works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can see we've 100 countries. We've got almost 500,000 firms that we've certified. And really kind of starting off with our own clients, but it's really been open to everyone to be able to do this, right? And so it's kind of and if you go to our website, you can see the range of projects. It goes from very low end, low cost housing projects all the way to the very high. It was intentional not to just be limited to low end, because it sort of creates the wrong image in the market, essentially. Okay, so I want to share the story of how particular country we've been able to scale in just sort of 5 years to working in Colombia, working with this multi-pronged approach. I won't go into the details, we don't have time. But I'll share the slides actually, so you'll get to understand this better. But I think the point here is things can happen really rapidly, right? I think when we bring the full strength of IFC, meaning working with faith, working with mass, perhaps even working with government and PPP, we can really start to scale things up. As a story here, the main success factor in terms of financing was the bank investment that we did. Colombia was a green bond, and since then it's been many banks, 5 banks are working on this. Some of them supported by us, some not, right? Okay. So, and also within IFC, just wanted to give you a sense of investment plan. You can see it's been growing steadily. We have been about $1 million a year, between mass and FIG, but more recently it's really shot up. I think this year we will be hitting $2.5 billion again in green building. So, from being just one of the things we offer in the climate space has become the main thing that we have been able to offer. Thanks to, I think, a lot of the growth in FIG you can see, but mass has also been able to scale up. We'd love to see CTA and TPP team also kind of be able to contribute more in this space. Would be okay. Sorry, I should try the audio setting. Give me a second. I think it's important. I've not used WebEx for a while, so maybe it's that. Switch audio. Okay. Oh no.
Bear with us. We're just trying to make sure that all of you can hear clearly, and there seems to be a little bit of connection issues for Prashant. Let's see if we can correct that.
How do I get to audio? Or maybe the mute button. There it is. I got it. Yeah. Let me try. Sorry about this, guys. Here we are. Let me try. Now, is this any better, or is it about the same? Is it?
Let's try. Let's keep trying. Thank you.
Okay. But is my voice any better? That was okay. All right. Never mind. Okay. Share. All right. Okay. So this is sort of a sense of how we've been able to scale. You get a sense of it's been anything to do with buildings, from hotels to banks to, sorry, not banks, but hotels to housing to hospitals, from infra. I think, I have some good examples of PPP projects I've supported myself and me, and would love to kind of expand this to go further, right? So, and I've got some basic ideas of how we can do this as well. Okay, let me jump to that actually. So one of the projects, and I think, has been really interesting. It's taken quite a long time to get that scaled up. I think, I'm not sure where it is currently, but I think, the idea was to kind of support PPP team was working with the government to have about 20 schools, elementary and secondary. One of the ideas was to incorporate the green angle within it. I think it was supported also by EBRD. And we can able to kind of include the edge requirements within it, and it's been we've been able to demonstrate about 40% savings. And essentially, what we've done is made sure that the third-party certification using Edge is incorporated within it, right? So that's been the way we did it. EBRD had some concession funds that they were able to mobilize. I'm not sure what the structuring, I don't quite remember the structuring, but it was, I think the main thing here, in case you're wondering, is this a burden, for your government clients? It isn't. I think the main way to position this, at least in the school's case, a lot of the existing schools, climate change, were either too hot or too cold, right? And so by having a green project that has only passive design features like better insulation, better shading, actually have a better studying environment, that's one. And then also from a functioning case, when you're having heating or cooling, sometimes schools have to pay a lot of money to run these schools. So I think school authorities are made. So there's always a value add for the school as well. So kind of showcasing that was really the way the PPP team and I kind of positioned this essentially. Okay, another one. This is a housing project in Fiji. Okay, I can try, Helen. I got another message saying I should try optimizing my sound. Do you know how to do that? Can somebody tell me where to go?
Prashant, so sorry to interrupt again, but just to get this audio fixed, if you go onto the mute button, there will be an arrow right next to it.
Okay, stop sharing first. I think that should help, right?
And then there's an audio settings button that you can select, and then WebEx Smart Audio.
I'm not sharing my content. Are you not able to see my screen?
I only see your screen. I don't see your audio settings on your WebEx screen.
Totally.
Prashant, if we need to perhaps ask you to step aside for a moment, and I might move to ask Irina to join us as we try to
I have
restore
another
audio
meeting in a
settings.
few minutes. I cannot stay longer than another 10 minutes. So can you manage to get this? Sorry.
Sure, let's just try to work through this. If you want to pull up your WebEx again, we'll try and get it settled in the next minute.
Say that to me again. So is it noise removal that I click on?
Where you see your speakerphone option on the bottom of your screen where it says mute, unmute, there's a little arrow.
Yes.
And then there will be an option for audio settings.
Yes. Yeah.
Under that, there will be WebEx Smart Audio, and you can try clicking Optimize for my voice. It should be on noise removal right now.
Yes, I've done that. Is it any better? Has it improved?
It doesn't sound, it's a little bit better, but not ideal quite yet. And then under microphone, you can just see there's, for me at least, there are two options to use the system setting or the microphone array.
Helen, thank you so much for trying to help. Prashant, I'm going to make this suggestion, given the audio difficulties. We have your presentation. We will be sharing that with the participants here. I'm going to suggest that we move on with our nature-based solutions as a next step, given the audio difficulties on this. So apologies to the participants. Prashant, thank you for looking at options. And I think, give us a moment. I think we're going to just do a segue beyond this. And then if anything, we'll also share perhaps a future audio of this session. So thank you, Prashant. Apologies that we could not get the audio working.
All right, thank you.
Irina, so apologies for that audio complications. We'll get back to you with some solutions, including the presentation and further audio coverage there. But to finalize the third day in the session, I want to invite our colleague and friend Irina, who is our biodiversity and nature-based solutions expert here at IFC and working very closely with World Bank colleagues. Irina, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself a bit more, but nature-based solutions is actually a very important part of the puzzle piece that we're putting together, thinking about climate smart PPPs. And we've heard how these can be used across different sectors. We've heard about their relevance in carbon markets and certainly their relevance in enhancing climate finance. So Irina, over to you to kind of lay out some of these wonderful opportunities and how they apply across sectors. Thank you so much for joining.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I hope you can see my screen now.
Just waiting for it to come up. There it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So greetings to everyone. My name is Irina Likhachova. I am with IFC Climate Business Department, where I lead our work on biodiversity and nature finance. So what I wanted to do today is to introduce nature-based solutions in the context of infrastructure projects and give you just a brief overview of different types of nature-based solutions that we have seen in the market, and also give a sense of what kind of commercial and non-commercial benefits that they deliver. So let me start with an example. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is an example from Singapore, where a 2.7 long kilometer concrete drainage channel was replaced with a 3.2 kilometer long meandering natural river. So this particular project addressed three infrastructure challenges: flood management, water supply, and stormwater runoff treatment. So the original concrete channel was put in place to address flooding from stormwater runoff. As you know, Singapore is a very densely settled area, and it rains a lot. So there is a lot of risk of flooding from stormwater runoff. And this concrete channel was a very effective measure to deal with the stormwater runoff and address the flood issue. However, it was not really helping address another challenge that Singapore has. While it rains a lot in Singapore, there isn't enough storage capacity on land to save fresh water for reuse, and Singapore relies quite a bit on freshwater imports. In addition, the concrete channel was contributing to pollution in the nearby coastal areas because it was designed to very quickly get the polluted stormwater off the streets into the ocean. So by replacing this channel with a natural meandering river, the city was able to improve flood control by about 40%, improved flood management capacity by about 40%. It also helped increase freshwater storage capacity by 40%, reliance on imports of fresh water, and it also serves as a very effective solution to clean storm water. And you can guess just by looking at the pictures, that there are additional benefits for recreation opportunities for people and also for biodiversity. So nature-based solutions like these are not really new. There are a lot of examples of large public sector works and also projects organized by environmental organizations. But what's new that IFC is actually trying to bring to the table is thinking about how we learn from these experiences and how we integrate them into the context of privately financed infrastructure projects. If you think about that, the infrastructure is expected to require about $2 trillion in financing per year between now and 2030. This massive infrastructure build out in emerging markets creates an opportunity to reimagine how that infrastructure will be built, and also helps us think about how existing infrastructure could be retrofitted to introduce some of the elements of natural infrastructure into traditional infrastructure solutions. So how do we get there? IFC is focusing on two areas in particular. First, we need to build awareness among public and private sector private sector companies on what nature-based solutions practices can be deployed in the context of their core operations. So for example, the example I gave from Singapore may not be directly relevant in the context of a project you might be working on, but there are elements within this project that could be deployed across a variety of infrastructure settings. For example, when the concrete banks were removed, there was an engineering challenge to stabilize the banks and to prevent erosion. So there were a number of green-gray solutions for soil bioengineering that were used in the context of this project that could be applied to any infrastructure project where you need to deal with soil stabilization and erosion prevention. Another example of cleansing biotopes that were used in this project to treat stormwater runoff, the same technique, the same nature-based solution could be used in other settings where you need to treat polluted water, just as an example. And then the second area we're focusing on is really to articulate the business case for integrating natural infrastructure into traditional infrastructure projects. Again, there are lots of examples of how these projects work, but the focus has been so far on trying to capture their non-commercial benefits, looking at the biodiversity benefits or social benefits. And very few case studies in the market actually look at the very hardcore commercial numbers around these projects. And this is what IFC is trying to bring to the table. We're working with partners to understand how actually integrating natural infrastructure could help companies reduce their capital investment costs, operating costs, and where in some cases some of these nature-based solutions could actually generate revenue. So in order to do that, we have partnered with Conservation International to create a catalog of nature-based solutions. We started with a few sectors. I'll mention those in a minute, but the idea of this catalog is take the experience that we have seen in the market from NGOs and large public works and translate them into the context of specific infrastructure sectors. And for each of the examples, we provide a business case and provide numbers where it's possible. Again, with the caveat that actually very few projects in the market capture that commercial level of information. The catalog is currently looking at water utilities, mining operations, and renewable energy. And what's in the works, not with Conservation International, but we're actually working with our colleagues at the World Bank to create 2 additional catalogs to cover nature-based solutions for ports and for urban settings. So what are nature-based solutions? What are kind of the definitions? At the very basic level, it's using natural systems or elements of nature or natural processes to deliver infrastructure services that are core to companies' operations. So we're not talking about a corporate social responsibility type of budget nature-based solutions projects, but actually, using nature as infrastructure to deliver the core service, and which can displace or complement traditional gray infrastructure. Other terms that are used for these type of projects interchangeably include green infrastructure or green-gray infrastructure solutions. So this slide shows just some of the examples of nature-based solutions and the type of infrastructure functions that they deliver, and often are associated with reduction of capital investment and operating costs. For example, watershed management, wetlands can be very effective in improving water supply, provide sanitation and wastewater management. Mangrove forests, reef salt marshes can be very effective in coastal flood protection, and then flood retention areas and river floodplains could be very effective in managing floods. So I'm going to just walk. What's the business case for nature-based solutions? I already mentioned that a lot of them could help lower the cost of engineering solutions. They can also be very cost-effective resilience and adaptation solutions, and really help avoid costs, particularly during operation stage. They deliver multiple benefits that gray infrastructure cannot deliver. So these multiple benefits include climate change mitigation. So a lot of nature-based solutions actually serve as carbon sinks. They also serve as climate resilience instruments. They deliver biodiversity benefits, social benefits, and these type of benefits actually span across multiple sectors, as you will see in some of the examples I will mention later. These are new and very exciting area for investors. So I think integrating nature-based solutions into a larger infrastructure project could help access new financial products, and in some cases could help access cheaper financing because some of the investors are interested in incentivizing their uptake. In certain cases where nature-based solutions are at a large scale, for example, at a whole watershed scale, they could generate carbon credits, potentially enhanced with biodiversity co-benefits. In terms of the sectors where nature-based solutions could be applied, it's pretty much every single infrastructure sector, but also it could be very effective in manufacturing. We've seen examples of a lot of manufacturers using nature-based solutions for wastewater treatment. But the key functions and services that they deliver: wastewater treatment, water supply, both in terms of quantity and quality, sediment management, stormwater management, flood management, soil and coast stabilization, drought management, and in urban settings, they can be effective in reducing urban heat effect. So I'm just going to go through a few examples to give you more of a sense of how they have been deployed already in some of the privately financed infrastructure projects. So this is a wind power project in Pakistan in a tidal area. When the developer came into that area, it was already severely degraded. Local population have destroyed mangroves to use for firewood. So the project focused on restoring 14 hectares of mangroves in order to manage flooding risk, coastal erosion, and also reduce sediment. The sediment was leading to a lot of wear and tear on internal infrastructure within the project. So, wind power turbines, underground, underwater cables, and internal roads. So the cost of this restoration project was $352,000 US dollars. As a result of the mangrove restoration, the project developer saw improved site stability. It reduced soil erosion and sediment, and they calculated that estimated cost savings in maintenance and replacement were in the magnitude of 7 million over 25-year period. But in terms of additional social benefits, they noticed that there was a substantial increase in fish, shrimp, and crab population within a year of the restoration project that actually allowed local communities to double their income. So now the company is working with the local communities to help them care for the mangroves and protect them. And the project is going to increase the replanting of mangroves on an area 5 times that was originally planned. This is a project from the water utility in the UK. The water utility was trying to address high costs of water purification, but also meet some of its decarbonization commitments. And they decided to try a 1 hectare constructed water treatment wetland instead of a traditional solution of building a water purification plant and applying chemical process to water purification. So the constructed wetland was planted with specific naturalized native species to that area that are particularly effective in removing acutely toxic ammonia, phosphorus, and other chemicals. And so the cost of creating this constructed wetland was about 600,000 pounds. It resulted in generating 10.4 million pounds in capital investment for the company. It also significantly reduced operating costs, but also they achieved a lot of their climate objectives, including nearly half of reduction in water consumption and 89% decline in carbon emissions on site. In addition, this solution serves as a very effective flood risk reduction measure, an adaptation measure. Nearby there is a river, and during heavy rains it tends to overflow. And obviously there are a lot of biodiversity co-benefits. So this is an example from a research project done by Cornell University. In this particular case, it combines planting soybean with solar panels, using the same land to generate essentially 2 income streams from the energy and also from soybean. And we have seen a lot of examples of agrivoltaics. It's a combination of different types of crops and also combination of using livestock, sheep or goats as an example. And this is kind of a new area that is very interesting because it helps address the challenge that associated with the expansion of solar. Sometimes it can be displacing agricultural production, or in some countries it could be causing deforestation. So it's a big issue. But what's interesting about agrivoltaics is that in this particular case, researchers documented that the presence of soy helped reduce the surface temperature and the temperature of the solar panels by up to 10 degrees Celsius. And so that has increase the performance of the solar farm by a certain percentage. From the perspective of an agribusiness side of things, the presence of solar panels, providing shade to the crop has created a particular microclimate that led to improved productivity and reduction of use of inputs such as water, for example. So, and these have been done on small scale, but there is very promising approach to how solar and agribusiness could be combined to generate benefits for both sides of the equation. So there have been lots of examples of how nature-based solutions could be used in ports. So this slide summarizes some of the types of nature-based solutions that have been deployed in the context of port settings. Mangrove restoration for coast stabilization. You can be looking at watershed management if there is a river flowing into the port to help reduce sedimentation coming into the port, but also there are other solutions that could be deployed in using sedimentation basins within the port to reduce dredging costs. You can use sediment to create artificial barrier islands that could be used for nesting for birds, but also be effective in providing resilience and adaptation solutions. Lots of nature-based solutions that could be helpful to restore fresh salt water transition, and again, reduce the flow of sediment, which is a very costly issue for ports to deal with. So these are just some of the examples to give you a flavor of what the nature-based solutions can be in infrastructure sector and what are their some of their business benefits and commercial benefits to the companies that deploy them. Oh, and this is our website where you can get access to the catalog for nature-based solutions that I mentioned that we have worked together with Conservation International.
Irina, thank you so much. And it's frankly wonderful to be able to end our third day and this session on nature-based solutions. They're really cross-cutting solutions. And I love the fact that you were able to present, I think, one of the key messages here. Introducing nature-based solutions into PPPs from infrastructure to social sectors actually helps create a number of things, co-benefits in terms of GHG emissions reduction, and very importantly, building climate resilience and adaptation. And it also does so in a cost-effective manner. I think, Irina, as you showcased with a number of the projects, they actually had cost savings as a result of introducing nature-based solutions, perhaps less cost than other infrastructure solutions that might be out there. So it's a big piece of what we are trying to encourage our teams to think through in PPP structuring. They are embedded in our PPP climate toolkits, both the umbrella and the sector, and they're really interesting solutions that can also help us enhance opportunities for climate finance. And as we discussed with the carbon markets, also tap into real opportunities with carbon markets that can even generate either financing or additional revenue flows. So it's a win-win-win with nature-based solutions. And we have here our expert, Irina, who's joined us as well. So Irina, thanks again. I don't know if there's any final questions. Please feel free to raise your hands. Happy to address those. If not, we will also be providing contact names and numbers for you to be able to follow up with any remaining questions and or to just look at how we can help you on your journey with integrating climate change in PPPs. Any questions? Okay, on that note then, Irina, thank you so much for joining us. And I'd like to just wrap up the 3 days. We've had a very active 3 days covering in depth the PPP climate toolkits, both from the umbrella to the sector specific PP toolkits that we covered, from renewables to water to roads. and ICT. And these are all critical sectors, as well as other sectors that are beyond this. I think a critical message that we wanted to leave you with is integrating climate change into our PPPs is really critical. Accelerating action around climate change is critical. And all of this is going to help you as countries meet your Paris Agreement goals, your nationally determined contributions, and help us keep the planet from critical tipping points. We as an organization, the World Bank Group and the International Finance Corporation, are also stepping up to the challenges, working both with public sector and private sector to bring the financing needed to get to the trillions that we've shared with you are critical on an annual basis to meet Paris Agreement goals. So these are the important puzzle pieces that we've been trying to unpackage for you over the past 3 days. There's a lot more to cover, and we are happy to continue to work with you, whether it's advising on PPPs, building capacity, looking at enabling environment and policies and beyond. Fortunately, as a One World Bank Group, we have the capacity to stretch across that spectrum of activities and help you unpackage all of these challenges and opportunities. So a big thank you to you all for joining us. We will be sharing out a package of the presentations, recordings, and happy for all of you to continue to follow up with us. A big thank you also to the entire team, the joint World Bank Group team, Kathy, Helen, Mariana, Sarah, who've been instrumental in pulling together these past 3 days. A big thank you and round of applause again. Thank you all. Dear all, we're going to be starting shortly in just a few minutes. So welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us. Good morning and good afternoon. This is the 3rd day of our client workshop on climate toolkits for infrastructure PPPs. I'd like to kick off with a little bit of an overview and kind of help highlight the key takeaways from the first 2 days of our session before we launch into exploring the topics of climate finance, carbon markets, green buildings, and nature-based solutions. In the first 2 days, we covered the Umbrella Toolkit, which is our first publication that brings in climate considerations in how we look at PPPs and how we structure PPPs. It's an important document for all of you to reference. We then took a bit more of a deep dive into sector-specific toolkits from renewables to water and to roads and ICT. But these are critical pieces in a larger puzzle. And I think it's important to reemphasize some of the key messages for all of us, which is we're working in a global context, and that global context is getting impacted by climate change. And the commitments that all of you have made as countries with the Paris Agreement nationally determined contributions are key factors to our global goal of maintaining global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. And that's critical so that we don't reach critical tipping points. And yet we're still seeing climate change already impact us globally, from Pakistan floods to Brazil floods and well beyond. The climate impacts are there. And so a call for accelerated action, stepping up both public and private sector to integrate climate change is critical. We're going to be focusing here with you how we can structure PPPs to integrate private sector investment and private sector finance, because when we think about the global context and the global challenge, it's been estimated that over 3 trillion is needed annually to reach goals of Paris Agreement by 2030 and 2050. That might seem like a daunting number. So accelerated action is really critical, and work with organizations like the World Bank Group is also a critical piece to that puzzle. So those are some of the high-level messages I think that we wanted to convey and were conveyed over the past 2 days as well. Today, we wanted to transition a bit to a deeper dive into some of the critical aspects of climate finance. At the end of the day, to close PPPs, we want to attract private sector investors and bring in climate finance to get to those trillions that I mentioned earlier. Other key pieces of that puzzle are carbon markets that also create climate finance opportunities, may also help balance and bring viability to certain projects and sectors. Amongst some of the other solutions and tools that we have, we want to showcase a bit of our Green Buildings Edge tool and certifications. And then finally, nature-based solutions, which are a key piece of the puzzle and also help create co-benefits from decarbonization to nature and climate resilience. And also important parts of tapping into the carbon credit markets as well. So that's a bit of what we're going to cover today. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We have about 2.5 hours and we have various presentations across the topics which I just mentioned. We're going to take a little bit of a break after our climate finance, and we also encourage you to do a few things. In the chat, please share with us your questions. It would also be wonderful to hear, what country are you from? As we're building our PPP community of practice, we want to hear from you as well. So that's a little bit on housekeeping. Also, let me ask that you keep yourself on mute, particularly while the presenters are presenting, and then happy to address any questions also during the Q&A at the end of the presentations as well. But before we turn to our first presentation, wanted to share a few things. First of all, some opening remarks from our IFC PPP director, and then also to really recognize our speakers and team that have been so vital to shaping the PPP climate toolkits. And let me highlight of the key team members from the World Bank Group that's worked on the PPP climate toolkits and putting together these workshops: Mariana, Kathy, Helen, Sarah, and myself. And then also vital to all of this work was GRID, including Ralis, Mariana, and Fanny. So a big thank you to the whole team for making this a 3-day workshop event. And we very much hope to hear from all of you as a follow-up. That's a little bit on the speakers and on the team. I would like to segue then to a bit of opening remarks from Linda, and it helps frame today's discussion, which is on finance and private sector finance in particular. So on to her remarks. So we're going to try one more time with the opening remarks to see if we can get the audio working. If not, we'll segue over to our first presentation. Let's try this one more time.
Hello and welcome. I am Linda Munyengaterwa, the Director of IFC Public, Private Partnerships and Corporate Finance Advisory Team. Today we are facing a pivotal moment in economic development. The triple crises of climate change, nature loss, and pollution are reversing decades of development progress in some countries and slowing progress in others. At the same time, economies worldwide are facing volatile interest rates and increasing financing costs, which have forced them to shift scarce resources away from critical needs such as health and education and environment. However, amidst these challenges lies an opportunity, a call to action for climate-smart development. It's a concept that resonates with our present reality, offering a path forward towards a more sustainable and resilient future for all. At COP28, held in Dubai in 2023, nations pledged to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030 and to give $1 trillion in annual support by 2025 to developing nations for climate adaptation and resilience. To meet these targets, governments, private sector partners, and international financial institutions like IFC must provide financing and support at scale and make concerted efforts to collaborate across sectors. This is where public-private partnerships, or PPPs, come in. By bringing together the expertise and the resources of both the public and private sectors, PPPs enable us to tackle complex challenges with greater efficiency and effectiveness. IFC is a leader in this respect. Since 2004, the PPP advisory team has advised and closed 183 PPP projects in 60 countries, contributing nearly $49 billion in private investment in developing countries. I am also proud to say that we have mobilized a record of $3.7 billion in private investment last fiscal year, of which $2.4 billion was climate finance. In Uzbekistan, for example, we worked with the government to attract private sector investment and expertise for 3 solar plants with a total capacity of 500 megawatts, as well as a 63 megawatt battery energy storage system that will improve the reliability of the national grid. To further scale up the pipeline of climate smart projects, IFC launched the Climate Toolkit for Infrastructure PPPs in partnership with the World Bank. This umbrella toolkit, as well as those tailored to infrastructure PPPs in water, transport, ICT, and energy, help PPP practitioners include climate considerations in the PPPs they structure. We've also heard from our partners in the private sector. They are looking for more ways to invest in projects that are not only climate resilient, but deliver financial returns. IFC has an innovative set of instruments to stimulate climate investment in developing countries and is backing carbon markets, green and blue bonds, credit and payment guarantees, and blended finance. My own team and IFC is at the center of action when it comes to these innovative approaches. In February 2023, we helped secure an $880 million long-term financing package for the Sao Paulo Suburban Rail PPP, mobilizing $1.6 billion in concession fees, equity, and debt, including approximately $500 million raised through the largest green bond issuance ever held in the Brazilian capital markets. By partnering with governments and private sector partners alike, we can harness innovative technologies and sustainable practices to build infrastructure that not only withstands the impact of a changing climate, but supports job growth and the well-being of people and the planet. This includes EDGE and other green building certifications that promote sustainable building practices in residential and commercial construction projects. Here again, the PPP advisory team is at the forefront. In Chad, we are helping to structure and tender a PPP for mini-grids that will provide energy access to people in secondary cities and towns. And in Timor-Leste, we are helping to develop climate-resilient housing for low and middle-income households. Altogether, This diverse array of innovative projects and instruments, from climate-resilient PPPs to carbon markets, bring more solutions to the market and deliver climate impact at a larger scale. Together, we can build infrastructure that is not only resilient, but fosters inclusive growth and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful to have those opening remarks that help bring together the last 2 days and the session today that's really going to be focusing on innovation and climate finance. And on the topic of climate finance, I'd like to introduce Francisco, who's joining us from IFC, from our climate department. He is a climate finance specialist. Over to you, Francisco, and if you want to introduce yourself a bit more for the participants. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Giselle. Right now we're going to be talking about a subject that we have been working as part of the development mandate of IFC. We have to make sure that we contribute actively to climate solutions. My name is Francisco Bendaño. I work in the Climate Business Department of IFC as the global lead for climate finance and transition risk management. So in the context of PPPs, climate finance is present as a part of the equation that could enable the implementation of projects. So when talking about the climate toolkit, we have to remember that the toolkit already emphasized the importance of looking at the project eligibility for climate finance sources, as this will be very helpful to close the circle when it comes to completing the financial package to implement projects. Remember that in the context of PPPs, there are several actors, including the government side, public partner, a project sponsor, or the private partner or the project company. And then we have the users, the final beneficiaries, and the respective investors around. So when it comes to investors, we have from multilateral development banks such as IFC and others, and we also have bilateral funds, government funds, private sector participants that may provide investments in green bonds, sustainability-linked loans and bonds, and also green loans and bonds. So all that will be explained through this presentation. Right now, we are going to start focusing on what it takes to access climate finance coming from multilateral development banks. So development banks, in order to engage into an investment, need to make sure that the respective investment is aligned to the Paris Agreement. And that means making sure that the investment is not going to undermine the mitigation or adaptation goals of the Paris Agreement. So basically making sure that the project is not going to be limiting the ability of the country or industry to do decarbonization or adaptation. So there are several methodologies that have been agreed by MDBs, including a methodology that is directly applicable to the assessment of PPPs. It's called the Direct Investment Lending Operations, which focus on the assessment of the project. Multilateral development banks have been working together on climate finance for a number of years, and they have a common methodology that provides a harmonized approach to account for climate finance. This methodology follows the money in the sense that only the specific component within a project that qualifies as climate will be accounted as climate finance. So this is going to be reported, is reported actually annually as part of a joint MDB report on climate finance that includes projects that may be implemented through PPPs. So this common set of metrics is shared by all multilateral banks and also by some bilateral banks and institutions, are called the common principles. The common principles is a set of criteria and guidance that provides granular information on under what circumstances project components may be counted as climate finance. And these common principles are quite granular. They started as a few pages, 2-3 pages, more than 10 years ago, and now they are over 71 pages long. The last version is from December 2023. Specifically, when counting climate finance and looking at projects, including PPPs, multilateral banks look at every component of the PPP and then determining which component is eligible. They divide the amounts of eligible components by the total project size, and that gives the respective climate percentage or climate share of the project. This is important because some projects may want to tap into climate finance sources coming from multilateral development banks, including trust funds managed by development banks. And those trust funds may offer some special conditions to enable the implementation of PPPs. In general, climate finance includes those components that from a project contribute substantially and directly to climate change mitigation or climate change adaptation. Something that is very important is that we should not confuse climate finance with GSG accounting. A project may have a substantial amount of climate finance and not necessarily have a lot of information on GSG accounting. For example, if we are thinking about, let's say, an adaptation component within a road that is going to provide more resilience for the road to withstand, let's say, flooding and other climate shocks. So in those cases, that adaptation component doesn't have necessarily GSG emission reductions or emissions avoided. Another example is charging stations that will be on the same toll road. And those charging stations may have GSG emissions avoided or emission reductions, but the amount depends on how much and when those charging stations will be used. So remember, do not confuse climate finance with a GSG or greenhouse gases accounting, which is a common mistake. So within the principles or the set of metrics that provide eligibility criteria and guidance, on the mitigation side, for example, there are many categories included. Here I am showing you a snapshot. On the energy side, for example, we can have project types that are a no-brainer in terms of eligible projects, such as renewable energy, like solar power, wind power, also projects on transmission and distribution of electricity. They may be partially climate, or they may be 100% climate, depending on how they are structured and what do they do. For example, a transmission line that is dedicated to exclusively support the connection of a solar power station to the network is going to be counted as 100% climate eligible. But let's say a generic transmission line that is connecting different sites, and some of these sites are renewable energy, but some others are fossil fuel based, then only the fraction of the transmission line that supports renewable energy is going to be counted as climate. In the PPP space, you have water as one of the frequent project types. So both on water supply, wastewater infrastructure as well. There are many opportunities for climate finance eligibility, including the possibility to reduce non-revenue water when we talk about water supply. Also the possibility to complete water management systems within a city that may have to address the improvement of their wastewater collection system, so they don't go as a runoff into rivers. Also, the processing of wastewater, if that includes the capture and utilization of methane, that can also qualify as climate finance, those specific components. In the communication and ICT space, telecom towers, telecom networks can also qualify if they show substantial efficiency improvements, such as, for example, increasing the tenancy ratio of telecom towers. In many countries, we may have one tower, one telecom operator, but if we increase the number of telecom operators per tower, then we increase the tenancy ratio, and that introduce efficiencies in the process. So that type of project may be counted as climate finance. Similarly, for rural telecom solutions, many times there are applications of combination of solar plus a battery, or solar plus a battery and a backup energy source. So in those cases, those renewable energy components plus the batteries can be counted as climate finance. Similarly, in the solid waste management space, solutions for cities, municipalities, when it comes to waste collection, waste transport, recycling, support to circular economy solutions, all that can be counted as climate. Also, waste to energy is also an interesting area that can be provided that there are air quality considerations, is going to be potentially classified as climate finance. In the transport space, we have a number of potential PPPs that are acknowledged as climate finance eligible. That includes metro lines, BRTs, bus rapid transit systems, interurban railway. We can also have infrastructure for electric mobility, such as charging stations, bike lanes, all that counts as climate finance. In the buildings area, we have the possibility to use green building certifications as a way to quickly make assets under PPPs eligible for climate finance. One of my colleagues today is going to walk us through green building considerations. So all in all, what multilateral development banks are after is not only to deliver development through finance, but also to be able to account for more climate finance. Many multilateral banks, including IFC, have climate finance targets. In the case of IFC, we have a climate finance target of 45% by 2025 of on-account long-term investments. So what we do is to dissect a project into the different components, typically asking for a breakdown of the CAPEX and OPEX components, and then component by component, we assess them with our climate specialists to see if they qualify in accordance to the common principles as climate finance, and then we account for that, and that is reported on an aggregate basis in our annual reports. Separately from that, but complementing that information, we have GSG accounting to estimate the potential impact of the climate finance activity. Again, GSG emission reductions may be part of the jargon within climate-related activities, but do not confuse them with climate finance. Actually, there may be cases in which you may have a climate project that does not necessarily avoid emissions or reduce emissions. For example, a solar power in Nepal, the power grid in Nepal is already very low carbon, so adding solar power is not necessarily going to displace fossil fuels, and therefore not necessarily to create emissions avoided, but it is considered climate finance because we need to enhance the penetration of renewable energy globally. Similarly, electric mobility may or may not lead to emissions avoided or emission reductions, but it is a technology that is critical to support, to increase the penetration of this technology across markets. So all multilateral banks acknowledge electric mobility as part of the climate finance eligible activities. And then we also have activities that may have substantial emissions avoided, like, for example, a gas power station displacing a coal power station. In those cases, even though we are reducing emissions going from coal to gas, as we are using steel gas as a fossil fuel, that type of project does not count as climate finance. It's not eligible for climate finance. So those are a few examples just to provide extra color. So continuing with the description of the ecosystem, when we talk about green bonds, we should talk about first a bigger space. When we talk about green finance, we see several types of instruments, including green bonds, but also sustainability linked, social, and all that, that together already pass 1 trillion in volume. And there are several types of instruments within sustainable finance, green bonds and green loans, and social loans and bonds that follow the money. So the funds are going to exclusively support activities that qualify under the green loan principles, green bond principles. And there is a separate. Please mute.
May I ask people to mute themselves while the speakers are speaking and presenting? Thank you.
And there is a second type of sustainable finance instrument called sustainability linked finance that doesn't follow the money, doesn't put constraints on the use of proceeds, but gives flexibility on use of proceeds, but defines an ambitious target. And if the target is achieved or meets or miss, then there are pricing implications such as a step up in pricing, interest rates, or a step down. So in a nutshell, the process for green bonds is about transparency. First, we need to have clarity on what environmental objective or social objective we may want to have if we are talking about a social bond, and then refer to a taxonomy or a acknowledged guidance on what type of activities are eligible. It can be, as I will explain later, the EU taxonomy or others, depending on the context, and then compare that taxonomy with the activities that are going to be deployed by the PPP. Only some activities will be present in the taxonomy. Then we need to explain in the context of green bonds, how are we going to do decision making in terms of project assessment and selection to make sure that by doing green, we are not increasing environmental or social risk, and we are managing unwanted consequences. And then describe how are we going to make sure that the money goes to green activities only and doesn't deviate from that. And then how are we going to collect information and report back to investors on the allocation and the expected impact. So this is a reflection of the 4 green bond principles. The first pillar of the green bond principles that talks about having clarity on use of proceeds. The second one that talks about the governance, the decision making for project assessment and selection. And then pillar 3 about managing proceeds, so they go only into green activities. And then the pillar number 4, which is about reporting. There are many taxonomies on the market. They are proliferating as we speak, and they have been assessed by relevant bodies, including the International Capital Market Association. As I said, among the many taxonomies, we can have the use of the common principles that is shown on the left, and this taxonomy is mostly used by multilateral banks. And then we have the EU taxonomy, which is a taxonomy applied within EU member states, and that has a very, very, very important feature that has influenced other taxonomies, such as not only specifying what is an eligible use of proceeds as economic activity, but also what features should sustainable finance should have in order to do no significant harm to other environmental or social objectives. China has its own taxonomy as well, and green bond catalog. It has evolved along the years, initially included even coal, but now after a lot of feedback from investors, they have dropped coal and they have refined their methodology much more. We have the CBI, the Climate Bonds Initiative taxonomy, that was indeed one of the early references in the green bond market. And then we have countries such as South Africa, Colombia, Morocco, Mongolia, and others that have been supported by IFC to develop their own taxonomies to put priority on specific environmental aspects that they consider of national interest. On the implementation, remember, we need to prepare a framework, which is a document that serves as a communication tool from the issuer to the market. We need to have clarity on the rules for eligibility in that framework. In order to add credibility, the principles recommend to have a second opinion or an external review. Many investors are going to require an external review, such as a second opinion. Then, during the tenure of the bond, we need to apply consistently the rules of eligibility in order to allocate funds into eligible activities and collect the data that enables later on to organize and disclose an impact report. And this happens over and over during the tenure of the bond or until full allocation of the funds. So we have spoken about multilaterals, green bonds in general, and now we're going to be talking about sustainability-linked finance. Remember, this is an instrument that doesn't follow the money, but follows the impact. It is more interested on supporting the achievement of ambitious targets. And what type of KPIs can we use to monitor progress on those targets? So there is a big universe of possibilities on this. Depending on the industry, you may have the respective KPIs. For example, in the energy industry, it is about increasing the capacity of wind power and solar power, hydrogen as well. From the demand side, how much of my consumption in energy comes from renewable energy is also a frequent KPI. Related to waste management within PPPs. Many times we have circular economy KPIs, such as the amount of recovered material, the amount of recycling, the amount of reused material, and all that. This may be introduced, for example, in a PPP developing a solid waste management solution for a city. And then it's not only about delivering a landfill, a collection system, but also making sure that the landfill doesn't get full of, recoverable materials such as PET and other type of plastics and aluminum and others that could be with good management recovered before going into the landfill and therefore reinjected into the economy. So that's a potential KPI, for example, for the case of waste management. Similarly, on water, we can have KPIs that introduce very basic KPIs such as clean water supply to previously underserved communities. And also we could have a more commercial type of KPI such as the amount of non-revenue water. So that can be monitored and they could put a target to reduce it from a given number to another number. On the energy efficiency side, for example, on transmission and distribution PPPs, we may have targets or KPIs related to how we can reduce the losses during transmission substantially. And that can be a very useful KPI that have material consequences on the business as well. So again, remember, sustainable finance.
I'm going to interject here. I think important that over the past 2 days and very importantly in the PPP climate toolkits, we begin to explore KPIs and introducing those into the PPPs, introducing those into the concessions from a reporting and monitoring perspective. And why? Because they also help enhance the opportunities to tap into climate finance, to some of the labeled finance that we're now exploring, from green to sustainable linked. They're critical factors. So great that you're highlighting these within the context of climate finance. Thank you.
Very good point, Giselle. Yes, indeed. If we are talking about climate finance, we should be talking about how to enable climate finance access. And one of the good practices is to have the use of KPIs as a way to not only to deliver information to stakeholders and to the government, but to be able to use that information to define a target, and that target could be acceptable or attractive to investors that could offer a sustainability-linked loan to implement the PPP project. So just as a summary, remember two types of sustainable finance. One that use a follow the money approach, that money goes only into eligible activities such as green bonds, green loans, social bonds and loans, and that is governed by transparency principles called green loan principles and also green bond principles. And then the second type of sustainable finance that follows not the money, they follow the impact. And for that, they use KPIs, they define ambitious targets, and they also have their own principles for transparency coming from bodies such as the Loan Market Association, LSTA, and also for the case of bonds from the International Capital Market Association. Beyond green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds, there is much more than that. IFC has been working to expand orientation to the market. For example, some PPPs may want to have an impact on biodiversity, may have an impact on the blue economy, such as helping the protection of oceans and water. So that can be also featured within the structuring of PPPs. When it comes to sustainable funding for PPPs, there are two basic options. If we have defined within the analysis and the cost breakdown of the PPP, we have that much of what it is there in the PPP qualifies for a green or social loan, then we can apply the respective instrument. Otherwise, if we have done the homework of having KPIs, then we can use those KPIs to define ambitious targets and therefore access sustainability-linked loans. So that's in a nutshell what I wanted to share. Open to answer any question.
Francisco, thank you so much. Wonderful to kind of connect us today on the climate finance, the private sector climate finance in particular, and begin to think through how the market is shaping. And I think it was wonderful in some of your earlier slides to look at how that market is really taking off, both in terms of loans and bonds, in what I'm calling the labeled finance market, but it really touches on green, blue, sustainable, linked, social, and beyond. And when we think about the bigger picture of getting to the trillions needed annually for investment, these are some of the critical markets we want to tap. And so integrating climate change, integrating KPIs into PPPs helps open the doors to these markets. So I think an important kickoff to thinking about these next stages in financing PPPs. With that said, let me see if we can open it up to any questions. I don't know if there's any that have come in on the chat, but if not, please feel free to either raise your hand or type something into the chat. Now is your moment. If not, certainly we'll also be available following all of these workshops and be providing important contact details as well. Any questions? So in terms of the presentations from the past 3 days and from a recording, we all are going to be sharing all of that out with all of you. So no worries, we will be sharing out this documentation, including this presentation as well, just to answer a question. Anything else? If not, Francisco, I want to thank you so much for joining us today to kind of lay out the climate finance opportunities and what that means for PPPs. I think what we'll do next is take a very short 5-minute break, and we'll begin to set up next our carbon markets team. And we're going to be exploring in carbon markets really the opportunities that the World Bank Group is presenting, both dealing with public sector and private sector. More to follow on that in just a moment as we set up, but feel free to take a 5-minute break now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. We'll be kicking off in just a moment. I wanted to mention one thing, which I think is tying the thread a little bit through from the climate finance session we just were in. And I think one of the global context, kind of the pieces of the puzzle, which you hear me mention quite frequently, understanding that as we try to attract private sector investors and also financial institutions into financing our PPPs, one of the critical factors is also the bigger global context. And what do I mean by that? There's a big regulatory push on the one front. That means that corporations, meaning investors, and financial institutions are being asked to financially report out climate change, both their own commitments on net zero and how they're going to achieve that, and also financial risks to climate change. And so that's changing fundamentally the landscape in how investors and financial institutions well beyond the MDB world are thinking about climate finance and thinking about financing infrastructure and social sectors and PPPs in emerging markets. So it's a changing landscape. Corporations themselves are also making net zero commitments, as are financial institutions. So they're also reshaping how they're financing, what they're financing. So we're undergoing a rapid evolution of our global context, of our global marketplace in financing and investing. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind as we think about climate finance and crowding in private sector. So just a little note to kind of end off the climate finance session, and now hoping to transition with our carbon markets team. As a One World Bank group, we have Kiyoshi, Max, and Dan, who are going to help elaborate on carbon markets. We are also joined by Jane from the Global Infrastructure Facility, that's also going to help showcase a bit of what GIF is doing to help support carbon markets development. And together, all of these solutions are creating a spectrum of opportunities, from the creation of carbon credits and carbon markets, to a balanced trading platform, to offtake in terms of demand with private sector and other key players. It's bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders. So I'll just say that as an opening to the carbon markets team, and then hand over to Kiyoshi and Max and Dan to kick us off as well. But please feel free again to raise any questions in the chat, and then at the end of the presentation, happy to take any additional questions as well. Max, Kiyoshi, Dan, over to you.
Yoshi, do you want to begin, or would you like me to kick things off?
It was muted, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome everybody to the session Carbon 101 and IFC Approach and Opportunities. My name is Kiyoshi Okumura, Senior Investment Officer of Climate Business Department based in Washington, D.C. The purpose of this presentation is to provide you the fundamentals of the carbon credit market. The format today. First, my colleague Max Kloss is going to kick off with Carbon Market 101 section, covering basics. Then I will talk about the IFC carbon approach and IFC's deal acceptance criteria that IFC developed and operationalized this year. Then Dan Radek from World Bank will talk about World Bank engagement roadmap for carbon markets, and we will have Q&A sessions. So this is the format. So Max, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiyoshi. Just to formally introduce the rest of the team, Kiyoshi and I sit in IFC's climate finance team along with two other colleagues. Our mandate is to identify, develop, and help execute new financial products and structures to grow IFC's climate business. And really over the last 2 years, carbon finance and carbon markets have been kind of the #1 issue that our clients have raised. And so something that we have prioritized internally, and as Kiyoshi said, developed and are now operationalizing our carbon approach. So before we get into carbon credits in more detail, I just wanted to kind of position them within a corporate's broader decarbonization strategy. And we view carbon really as the last and final piece to a comprehensive strategy. The first two pieces should really focus on decarbonization and increasing energy efficiency within a corporate's own operations, then shifting their energy procurement towards renewable energy sources. And then for those residual emissions that are still not readily able to be reduced or avoided, then they can purchase offsets. And a carbon offset or a carbon credit represents 1 ton of CO2 or CO2 equivalent reduced or removed from the atmosphere. So these credits can then be retired or eliminated against a corporate's emission, and that's what kind of forms the basis for a lot of these net zero strategies that we're really seeing. And these carbon projects are critical to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and are also mostly located in emerging markets. Given the existing and expected limits of our decarbonization, we must find ways to credibly offset residual emissions by removing or reducing CO2 from the atmosphere. And to align with a 1.5 degree scenario, we need to generate about 23 gigatons of CO2 reductions by 2030, according to a study recently done by McKinsey. And in order to do this, we'll require a 15x increase in the size of the voluntary market by 2030 compared to 2019. So they're projecting a real increase, and corporate pledges are really driving this significant increase in demand. And as I briefly mentioned, most of these carbon projects are located in emerging markets, which represent an opportunity to catalyze greatly needed climate finance for projects that reduce or remove GHG emissions. There are a few different types of carbon markets. I'm sure some of you are familiar with some of these, but I just thought it would be helpful to kind of lay them all out on one slide. So starting on the left, we have compliance markets, and these are mandatory emissions trading schemes like the EU ETS, or in the US, we have the California cap and trade system. These are typically regulated by national or regional bodies. They are cap and trade schemes with financial penalties and allowances, things like that. They're typically highly fragmented by geography and industry. We also have the voluntary carbon market, which is a global self-regulated market that operates on a voluntary basis and is largely driven by demand by corporates for net zero pledges. The majority of the transactions are listed, occur over the counter, are not listed on exchanges, and so there's limited exchange trading. These markets are currently much smaller than compliance markets, but growing rapidly, which I'll touch on shortly. We then also have international carbon markets, and these are the markets that are envisaged under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And there's kind of two submarkets under Article 6. We have Article 6.2, which allows countries to trade internationally transferable mitigation outcomes, or ITMOs, bilaterally. That's typically a country-to-country mechanism that we see. And then Article 6.4 aims to create a global carbon market to trade Article 6.4 emission reductions certificates overseen by a UN entity. And I will get into more detail on this later, but ultimately at the most recent Conference of Parties, the COP last November, there was disappointing progress on the actual text, on agreeing on the actual text of Article 6. We don't view these markets as really fully operational for another 2 to 3 years. And then finally, we have the World Bank's own emission reduction crediting programs. They've developed a couple of their own methodologies to assist countries in attaining their nationally determined contributions through results-based financing. One is focused on the forest carbon space. A newer facility is meant to incorporate additional activities. And Dan will touch on this in much more detail during his portion of the presentation. So as I mentioned, compliance markets are much larger than voluntary markets currently. As you can see, compliance markets generated over 10 billion tons of emissions reductions in 2020, whereas the voluntary markets retired about 180 million credits. So a much smaller marketplace is the voluntary market. However, these compliance markets, as I mentioned, are typically fragmented. They can be difficult to enter and innovate as private sector players. And so as a result, we're seeing significant growth in the voluntary market. This is largely driven, as I said, by corporate demand. So there's over 700 companies currently that have committed to a net zero emissions target, and 50% have explicitly stated their intent to use offsets as part of these targets. The current market size is about 180 million tons of CO2 retired in 2023. But as I mentioned earlier, several studies have estimated that this market is poised to grow significantly. Some say between 15x by 2030. Some are significantly higher than that. But either way, we're seeing a real increase in demand for voluntary market solutions. I just wanted to touch briefly on a few different types of carbon credits. The first kind of distinction between carbon credits is whether they are a reduction or an avoidance credit versus a removal credit. Reduction and avoidance credits require a baseline to be calculated against which future emissions are measured, and then credits are issued for the difference between the two. Whereas removal credits are just that. They are projects that remove CO2 from the atmosphere. So for a nature-based solution, you could think of afforestation, building a forest where there was not one previously. Or for tech-based removal credits, you could think of direct air capture, which are literally pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere. Beyond the removal versus reduction distinction, there's also a difference in the type of projects that generate these carbon credits. Within nature-based solutions, which Irina is going to touch on much more heavily, we see applications for PPP, and I have those circled in the blue boxes here. Within nature-based solutions, we see PPP applications in mangroves and seagrass and salt marshes. For more tech-based projects, biomass, energy efficiency, waste heat recovery. There's applications in the transport sector through EV charging, waste management, i.e., landfill methane reduction, wastewater treatment, all have the potential to generate carbon credits. And just to give you a sense of kind of the ecosystem and the variety of players that operate in this market, we have project developers. Those are the ones that actually develop and operate the carbon projects that generate the credits. We have brokers that sit in the middle and connect buyers to sellers. We have the end users of the credits. These are large corporates that aim to retire them against their own emissions. And then we kind of have the enabling ecosystem, as we call it. So there are certifiers, the methodology providers, the Verra and the Gold Standard, different exchanges, different public and private financiers. There's more technology players that we see in the market, including ratings agencies that are emerging and starting to rate the quality of the projects and the credits. So really, there's a lot of eyes and a lot of entities that are trying to operate in this space. And what's happened is that it's created quite a complex landscape. So as I mentioned, there are a few different crediting standards, international standards, domestic standards, independent voluntary standards. All of those fundamentally generate a carbon credit that represents a ton of CO2 reduced or removed from the atmosphere. But then there are key differences that arise when the credit is either sold domestically or internationally. And that has implications for the type of claim that a corporate can make for what they are using that credit for. Are they just financing countries' NDC? Are they actually retiring a credit against some of their own emissions? Does that credit then have a corresponding adjustment with the host country to ensure that emissions are not being double counted? These are all issues that are kind of currently being debated in the market and have led to, as I said, this really kind of complex ecosystem that a lot of people, both private and public sector entities, have kind of reached out to IFC to ask, how can we really credibly engage in this market? And just to give you a sense for some of the selection criteria that buyers typically look for when selecting projects, the methodology is one of the main factors. There are a few standard methodologies or widely accepted methodologies. Those are the ones that buyers still really prefer. There are some more niche ones, but those really haven't issued a significant portion of credits at scale yet. As I mentioned, the project type could have big implications. Some buyers are exclusively focused on removals credits versus avoidance credits. Others prefer nature-based opportunities versus tech-based solutions. A lot of companies also like to procure carbon credits from projects that are somehow close to their supply chain or to their demand base. So they kind of like to have these impacts within their own footprint. We also see credits that generate significant co-benefits can actually generate a higher price. So if the credits pass along a significant portion of the proceeds to local communities, to supporting local communities, or if it supports biodiversity, those are all different types of kind of co-benefits that can increase the value and the premium paid for the credit. We also see a preference for credits that were generated more recently. Older credits typically trade at a pretty significant discount. And then project size can also have an impact in terms of corporate preferences for these credits. So just to give you a sense of where the voluntary market is over the last couple of years, in 2023, the issuances side of the market, so this is the supply side. This is how many credits have been generated from carbon projects. The supply, the new supply in the market fell about 25% compared to 2022 as a result of significant decreases in reducing deforestation and renewable energy credit issuances. This was driven largely by some methodological uncertainty, delays in issuances at major standards bodies, and a decline in general market sentiment. However, retirements, the demand side, were roughly level compared to 2022. So this is how many credits is a corporate, are corporates as a whole actually retiring and counting against their own emissions. The retirements, the demand side was pretty flat and has been since 2021 at about 180 million tons. And we think this reflects a base level of demand in the market. Reducing deforestation and renewable energy credits still comprise about 2/3 of total retirements, even though we are seeing a greater shift in preferences towards more tech-based removal projects, things like that. There are unfortunately still at a much smaller scale than a lot of the reduction in avoidance credits that we see. In terms of pricing, 2022 was a very strong year. In the column all the way on the right-hand side, you can see the percentage change by carbon project type between 2021 to 2022, and you can see 60+% increase in credit prices across all major project types, in some cases over 100 to 200%. However, 2023 brought some growing pains, as we like to say. Prices across most project types fell in 2023 as a result of skepticism regarding the integrity, the environmental integrity of certain credits, as well as how those credits are being used. Reducing deforestation credits in particular saw prices end the year about 50% lower compared to when they started. We typically see nature restoration credits generate some of the highest prices in the market. However, you can see in the chart, even those credits are often quite volatile.
Max,
Sure.
quick question. Going back to that previous slide, can you just reiterate, looking at volume, it's interesting to kind of see which are the sectors that are really driving credits. And if we look at that, maybe just highlighting some of those.
Sure, yeah. So forestry and land use, that would include reducing deforestation or REDD+ that I mentioned earlier, and renewable energy, as you can see, 113 and 92.5 million tons of CO2 were retired in 2022. The other project types, as you can see, much smaller. So we really see the bulk of the volume in the market still in REDD+, reducing deforestation, and renewable energy projects.
Excellent. And within that first category, you're also including nature-based. That is nature-based by its definition as well.
Correct, exactly.
Excellent. Thank you.
So as I mentioned, there were some there are still some integrity risks in the market, but there are a lot of initiatives underway to try to address these risks. And we have initiatives going on both the supply and demand side. And I don't have time to get into all of these in great detail, but I will just mention two. The Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market is focused on the supply side of the market, making sure that credits are generated in a responsible and in a way with high integrity. They have released 10 core carbon principles, which will kind of be used as a baseline kind of framework assessment for projects going forward. On the other side, the VCMI, the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, apologies for all of the acronyms, they have developed a claims code of practice to provide guidance for buyers on when and how they can credibly use credits and what types of claims they can make. As I mentioned earlier, COP28 did not operationalize Article 6. We view this as a boost towards the voluntary market in the near term. Unfortunately, the text of Articles 6.2 and 6.4 was not agreed upon. We think this delays operationalization for at least 2 to 3 years. But the VCM ultimately is, in our view, a vital stepping stone. We see leading organizations have voiced support for high integrity carbon markets. The VCM ecosystem, as I mentioned on the previous slide, is coming together to enhance end-to-end integrity. And this is a space that ultimately regulators are taking a closer look at to strengthen the oversight. So just to start to wrap things up, what are some of the benefits of the voluntary carbon market and of carbon markets more generally? So first, a properly functioning carbon market is a powerful climate tool that can channel finance to developing countries to address difficult to abate emissions. These revenues from the sale of carbon credits can make projects, particularly in sectors and in emerging economies that have a high cost of capital, they can make these projects commercially and economically viable. They also are a way to increase north-south financial flows to developing countries, as I said, to finance emissions reductions projects. They also typically generate co-benefits, be it SDG, local community support, biodiversity, et cetera. And this is a highly innovative space that is, we've just seen a significant increase in demand from our clients to help engage in this market. So in order to ensure that these markets function properly, trust and integrity are really important. We think IFC is well positioned to capitalize on its capabilities, existing carbon markets experience, and we look forward to working with you. So I will pass it on to my colleague Kiyoshi now to talk about IFC's approach for carbon markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So Climate Business Development Team presented an approach for IFC's engagement in carbon markets to the IFC management team in November last year. Overall, the management team acknowledged the growing momentum for carbon market, but they also recognized the risks and complexities in this evolving landscape. Management team acknowledged that IFC need to engage in carbon markets, but advised to do it cautiously and to ensure that what we do is aligned with our core values. Also, the management team directed CBD to formulate a new deal acceptance criteria, providing guidance on how to deal with the integrity issues. So we formulated deal acceptance criteria. I will explain the criteria with the slide to come later. IFC's carbon approach has short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategy. Please go to the next slide. The short-term strategy. The short-term strategy is to engage with voluntary carbon market. It has 4 sub-pillars. The first one is investment in carbon credit funds. What we aim to do is to work with leading carbon credit fund managers. The second pillar is direct investment in projects. We do it selectively and cautiously by selecting high-quality carbon projects that meet with IFC deal acceptance criteria. The third pillar is to develop carbon-linked debt platform. This is more conceptual at this stage, but the idea is to develop a debt instrument in which carbon credits can be used for a part of interest payment or repayments. The fourth pillar is to establish technical assistance upstream facility to support clients to generate carbon credits. It could be done by sharing the cost for carbon generation process, advisory services to identify and develop potential co-benefits, and capacity building to IFC clients. Next, please. The medium-term strategy is collaboration with the World Bank. One example is to work with the World Bank for Forest Carbon Partnership Facility managed by the World Bank. Dan from the World Bank will explain more in details, but World Bank developed its own methodology for carbon credit generation from forest conservation. And World Bank is helping host countries to implement forest conservation and receive result-based payment. 15 countries have been able to generate credit beyond contracted volumes. So World Bank aims to help these countries sell the excess emission reductions through the auction, direct sale, and through exchanges. IFC could help bring private sector angle for sales of excess FCPF credits. The long-term strategy is Article 6 market preparation. Currently, voluntary carbon market is growing faster than Article 6 market. However, more than 55 countries NDC confirmed their interest in utilizing international market mechanisms, and there are an increasing number of Article 6.2 pilots. It is likely that Article 6 market will catch up with voluntary carbon markets, and voluntary carbon market will be integrated into Article 6 markets. IFC could support IFC clients to prepare for international Article 6.2 and 6.4 markets by carbon market opportunity evaluation, assessment of interoperability of voluntary and compliance market, and build capacity for measurement, accounting, and verification. Next, please. This slide outlines voluntary carbon market risks and measures and countermeasures to mitigate risks. Financial risk is a risk around carbon credit prices. As Max explained, the prices have been quite volatile in the voluntary carbon market. This risk is mitigated by contracting long-term fixed or floor price carbon offtake agreement. Reputation risk is what IFC management team recognized in this evolving landscape when we presented IFC carbon approach to management team. As Max explained, the integrity issues are on both demand and supply side. On the supply side, ensuring the credibility and integrity of the carbon credit is critical. Some criticisms have been centered around over-crediting due to too aggressive baseline setting or lack of benefit sharing with local communities. On the demand side, the criticism is on greenwashing. So following IFC management team's instruction, we prepared the deal acceptance criteria. I will go into it in the next slide. Regulatory and policy risk is a risk resulting from evolving voluntary carbon market rules, regulations, and practices. These risks can be partially mitigated by obtaining non-objection or authorization letter from the host country, obtaining guarantee by MIGA, and taking significant buffer of carbon credit into consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a deal acceptance criteria. IFC investment team will assess the carbon deals using this criteria while considering investments. The criteria has three components to check: supply side, demand side, and economic equity. Supply side assessment is to ensure the credibility and integrity of carbon credits. We also need to make sure that carbon revenue is shared with local stakeholders and communities appropriately. Use of credible methodology, adherence to core carbon principles set by the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets, use of independent carbon rating agencies when necessary, and confirming satisfactory benefit sharing plan are recommended. Demand-side assessment is to confirm that buyer's intention is to complement its decarbonization plan and not to replace it, or speculative purpose. While imposing restrictions or requirements on the use of credits sold may not be practical or accepted commercial practice, it is recommended to confirm that buyer has disclosed emission inventory, buyer has decarbonization or net zero strategy, buyer aims to use the carbon credit for that strategy, and buyer's adherence to the claims code of practice by the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, where applicable. The last component is analysis of the economic equity. It is to confirm that the carbon credits do not adversely affect the host country of the issuing project and are consistent with the policies and regulations. This criteria is to ensure that IFC is engaging with high integrity, high quality carbon project, adhering to its core values. The criteria does not intend to define which type of projects to go and which types not to go. But this presentation will be shared with you, so please feel free to reach our Climate Business Department or IFC PPP team for any inquiry and clarification on this deal acceptance criteria.
Max, Kiyoshi, thanks for helping set up a little bit of the framework of the market, diving into what IFC is doing. And now we're going to be turning over to Dan to kind of explain what the World Bank is doing. Because together as a World Bank group, we're developing solutions across the spectrum from supply to demand and even intermediation and platforms for trading as well. So Dan, over to you to kind of help complement a World Bank group and a World Bank perspective here. Thank you.
Thanks, Giselle. Thanks, Kiyoshi and Max. The World Bank issued an engagement roadmap for carbon markets last November during the COP to basically address some issues with the market where it was, and I think you've heard it already, that it was perceived that there's some issues around confidence, around the quality of credits. There's perhaps not enough supply right now of carbon credits which have integrity. So the bank moved forward with kind of a bucket, 3 buckets of actions, and it built on 20 years of experience, basically already doing some of this work, which was really it's had carbon funds since 1999. It had the original prototype carbon fund. It has a second generation of carbon funds, which some of those you see listed there: Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, the Biocarbon Fund, TCAF, and Scale, which will succeed all of the carbon funds soon. And it provided this base of these carbon funds plus technical assistance to kind of learn by doing and also to innovate on certain areas and provide this knowledge globally. Next slide. So the three areas, or the three buckets, really is one is about unlocking financing, which we'll get into in a moment, scaling across the bank pipeline, and working on different parts of global carbon markets architecture. If we go to pillar one, unlocking finance is really about, next slide, please, is about taking the credits that we are already generating beyond what the funds or the FCPF, the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, is going to buy, and helping countries market those credits. Those credits are, as Kiyoshe Max talked about, the FCPF has its own methodology that it came up with. It is widely accepted. So the credits that are coming out of these programs are considered highly, considered with a high degree of integrity. There's a large supply of them. So the idea here is to allow countries beyond what the FCPF will purchase to allow and to go through the process of providing these credits to the private sector, and to do this in different ways that we talk here. We can do it through an auction or direct sale, and so there are different ways that the FCPF is exploring to help its 15 countries undertake that work. But in addition, and importantly, it's the bank is in the position, it basically takes the position that it is working on the enabling environment for carbon markets. So even though we're also doing the purchase, I think the kind of the foundation of this work is really in the technical assistance that was provided to countries and to the entities that we are working with to develop the ability to monitor, report on, and verify emission reductions in the different countries we work in, especially the FCPF. So we have 15 emission reduction programs, but really we worked with 30 plus, more like 40 plus countries in improving their readiness to actually undertake those kind of emission reduction purchases. So, and that started in 2010. So this was a long-term effort of the bank to build that kind of infrastructure and also to build the trust, because with these types of projects, there are a lot of stakeholders there, and you have to really make sure everybody is comfortable with what's being done. So this is one bucket. The next bucket, the next slide, is about looking for opportunities in the bank pipeline to continue to build this volume of supply and to continue to innovate. So we are working with our colleagues across the bank to develop new programs for any of the new emission reduction programs for any of the large investments that the World Bank is doing. For example, we are working in East and Southern Africa on something called Ascent, which is a $5 billion investment, and we are trying to monetize all the emission reductions that come out of there. This is for basic energy access types of technologies, including things like just grid electrification, mini grids, cook stoves, and solar home systems and similar types of technologies. And we are, this is across 20 plus countries, and we are setting up a way to aggregate all of those emission reductions, because in any one country there wouldn't be a lot, but trying to aggregate them so that it provides a significant supply of emission reductions. And then at the other end would be hopefully demand for purchasing that. And we're working very carefully through the methodologies to ensure that they have a lot of high integrity. At the same time, we'll work with the countries to create the possibility of either working with the voluntary carbon markets or standards, we should say, or through Article 6. Article 6 requires more capacity within the countries to do, but it has more of an upside because there's generally going to be a higher price because it can be going through an Article 6 transaction allows the emission reduction to be used in the other country to meet its nationally determined contribution to partner country. Okay, so moving on to the next bucket. And then additionally, we're working on all ends of the carbon market to ensure there is quality, there's access to the overall environment. So as I mentioned, we're talking about working with countries to ensure that they have they're ready for Article 6, that they can they have the institutional arrangements set up in each country so they can take advantage of those of that market. The other area that we work on is building or supporting technologies that will add to integrity of credits. And these include a lot of things dealing with digital assets, including registries, development of registries, but including also what's also called DMRV, which is digital monitoring, reporting, verification, which is a way to connect all of the things that you're monitoring so that it makes it easy to monitor and record them and to verify them. It's quicker and it's considered sort of a gold standard for in terms of emission reduction integrity. And then again, I think Max talked about this. There's a lot of work being done across the voluntary carbon market to ensure integrity, and the World Bank is supporting that, working with those partners, stakeholders in that process. And the same, in a similar fashion, we're also working with potential buyers, groups that are coming together to purchase emission reductions in bulk to help create the market. So let me stop there and I'll turn it back over to you, Giselle, if anyone has any questions.
Dan, thank you so much. And I think it's fascinating to see how together as a One World Bank group, we're really working across the spectrum of solutions and continuing to innovate. I'd like to invite a colleague, Jade, from the Global Infrastructure Facility. Jade, you're going to help us look at how GIF is also helping to complement some of the carbon market creation and support. We've heard now on the World Bank carbon kind of roadmap, the carbon markets roadmap. We've heard about what IFC is doing and more importantly, also around the broader market and development. So over to you and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle, and thanks for having me. By way of introduction, my name is Jade. I'm an infrastructure finance specialist based in Singapore office. Just a quick introduction of GIF. I think that will tie in really well with what our bank and IFC colleagues have shared as well. So Global Infrastructure Facility, or GIF, we are a G20 initiative that's housed in the World Bank. We are set up as a global collaboration platform that aims to boost private investment in sustainable quality infrastructure projects in EMD countries. So how we really go about doing it is actually through 11 of our accredited MDB partners, and this includes World Bank and IFC, who we are working quite actively in some parts of the world currently and initially in Asia now. And with that, we as a facility, we provide project preparation funding to support government partners in your effort to prepare infrastructure projects that can attract private participation. And with these as a segue to carbon markets, IFC and World Bank colleagues, they have shared a very comprehensive and succinct overview on 101 on carbon markets, including IFC and World Bank, their own projects. So I won't repeat the same messages here. But what I would like to share with you is that, really just to echo that voluntary carbon markets really have the potential to accelerate the transitions needed for decarbonization towards a net zero world. And this can be done through mobilizing private sector resources and complement your NDC goals. So projects supported by MDBs are increasingly looking to leverage on voluntary carbon markets and associated private capital mobilization, many of whom you as government partners you work very closely with. But we recognize that it's not a very straightforward process. I think we have seen that in IFC colleagues' presentation earlier. It is a complex process of assessing feasibility and eligibility of a project for emission reduction credits, or ERCs for short. There is price uncertainty of what that credit can cost, per ton. We've seen in the graphs that IFC has shown as well, prices have, really fluctuated, especially in last year. And there is upfront cost incurred as well to register carbon projects to generate ERCs. So these pose some additional challenges, but it doesn't discount the fact that really this is a market with a great potential, especially in EMDE, where a lot of all these resources and potential are located in. So with all of this, and given the nascent stage of where voluntary carbon markets are, we as a GIF, we have begun our support through our MDB partners to government counterparts to actually specifically support a few projects in Asia initially to generate emission reduction credits. So for example, we are supporting the World Bank team in Vietnam, particularly in Ho Chi Minh City, as a low carbon city approach as they look at, putting rooftop solar on top of government buildings, converting motorbikes into electric vehicles, changing street lightings to LED to generate energy efficiency. So all of these tech-based, what we call tech-based solutions, results in the avoidance or reduction emissions credits, which can be ultimately sold for revenue stream that goes to the project and which flows back to you as government partners. So GIF currently, we have provided close to $1.7 million of funding to such projects to undergo what we call a carbon asset development process. And this typically entails certification of the projects under an eligible carbon standard. Previously, we've seen some examples. The independent ones that are used quite often include gold standards, Verra, including generation of ERCs once you're registered. How do you go through that process of verifying and validating that your project can generate the emissions reductions credits? And then to the extent possible, how do you monetize these ERCs? How do you sell this in market and really generate revenue stream to your project? So with GIS funding support, we have begun in Vietnam, in Thailand, and we are looking to expand this across not just to World Bank and IFC, but also to other MDB partners across the world who are increasingly looking to, as their projects, renewable projects or others that are already eligible to actually go through this carbon asset development process. So with this, I'll just appeal to you, government partners and MDB partners who are here at this workshop today, to reach out to GIF if you see such a need for your project preparation work.
Jay, thank you so much for kind of helping tie in those aspects of GIF's work. It looks like you have one more slide to go as well, just to kind of highlight some further things, but great to kind of look at those elements, because some of what we were discussing earlier was really around what do carbon credits add? And we're looking at climate finance opportunities from a project perspective and a PPP perspective, bringing it back to that. What carbon credits can do, if addressed early enough, is create a bit of revenue sharing between parties. They can also enhance viability or returns for the project, but they do need to be addressed in a concession contract. Otherwise, the benefits of those carbon credits will not be addressed, and there'll be larger questions. But I think there's some key takeaways and capacity building. So it's wonderful to see both what IFC is doing and also what the World Bank is doing together with other GIF partners, that's bringing solutions to all of you, crowding in private sector finance and investment that's really driving this market development as well. Jade, finally, perhaps on this slide as well.
Yeah, no, and I think that ties in very well with your very great summary and takeaway of some of the key messages. You know, various stakeholders are involved to make this tick, right? Carbon markets, there's the public sector, there's the private sector. They're all parties to a concession agreement, to a contract in the project. So, and from various sides, what we are observing is that there are transactional issues that are clearly identified by the different parties, private and public sector, and then some third service providers. So with this slide, I'd just like to share quickly about the Carbon Action Forum, which Dan also has aligned in one of his slides earlier. So this is a World Bank initiative that the GIF is supporting, and what it's looking to do in summary is that it is a forum that helps to support dialogues actually across buyers and sellers of carbon credits to actually identify demand and supply issues. So this is a forum where we convene every month. So far, it's been into the 4th month, and there's 4 meetings have taken place where, key buy, and currently we have 18 members represented across different types of, there's sovereign wealth funds, there are private investors who are corporates who are looking to buy some of these credits, and then you have commercial banks and investors across all geographical regions. So they are convened to this Carbon Action Forum where we facilitate discussions and dialogue. And most importantly, we identify key issues that we hope to co-develop solutions so that transactions and pilot transactions can be brought to the market. With this, I'd just like to share that, various initiatives have taken place. And if there's any interest from any parties, from the government partners who are present in the workshop today, again, feel free to reach out. This is a member-only forum. But what it means is simply that you come and you commit your interest, you express your interest, and where your relevant kind of scope of work is with regards to carbon credit, and then you join as a member to this forum where you take part in these monthly meetings and hear all these discussions and be party to it. So please reach out if you are also interested in the Carbon Action Forum. With this, I'd like to end my sharing, and I believe the slides will be circulated at the end of the training. So here are me and my colleague Mukta's contact details. We are based in Singapore, so feel free to send us an email if there's any questions. And
Jane,
this
thanks
turn
so
back to
much.
yourself.
Yes,
Thank you.
thanks so much for helping us wrap up there. Before I just close out the session, I see there's at least one question, and certainly want to give the opportunity to others to potentially raise some others. So Dan, Max, Kiyoshi, let me put this question back to you, and here it is. Are there any examples of water credits not related to reducing carbon emissions, but rather improving water systems, water quality, wastewater treatment, reuse projects, etc., and not related to private sector water interventions, but rather looking at it from a municipal utility perspective, investors buying water credits that can be used by munis as a source of revenue to support an investment in water and sanitation projects? Over to you.
This is interesting, Giselle, because I just actually, I can't say I know much about water credits or water credit markets, but I've heard about them recently. I can only say that I am actually working on a bank project which involves PPPs with a water utility in Pakistan. And we are attempting to do an emission reduction project there. So not a water credit, but an emission reduction, which is getting emission reductions from wastewater, and which will, in theory, help to bring the utility, give it into, close the viability gap there. So the answer is no, but I have heard of it, but we are using emission reductions in a similar way.
Fair enough. Kiyoshi, Max, I don't know if you have anything else to add on that. And if not, we can probably do a little bit more search and respond on that.
Okay, just one addition. So I agree with Dan that I have not seen the water credit, but I have seen one bond insurance which is sustainability linked bond. I think it was issued by DC Water, and whose proceed is invested in the infrastructure, improvement of the infrastructure to save the water, and annual coupon interest rate is linked to the performance. If the water saving is done well, so it increases the interest rate. So I have seen that kind of example.
Looking at the time, maybe just one final question, if there are any. If not, we'll wrap up and take a few minutes as the next presenters actually pull up their screens. Any final questions there? Okay, so let me just round off the carbon credits. Look, I think some of the key takeaways, it's an incredibly complex marketplace. As the World Bank Group, we are trying to build solutions working with both public and private sector and across the spectrum from supply to demand and creating a transparent trading system as well. We're working with partners like JIF and beyond, including in the marketplace to create and help validate a bit of the market dynamics that are underway. There's a lot still to come as the United Nations with the Paris Agreement focus on Article 6. You heard Max speak to a bit of the evolution that is still needed there to create a bit more clarity. Voluntary carbon markets, compliance markets, they're all evolving right now. So I would say, do reach out to us. We can partner with you to help build capacity. We can partner with you to explore some of the innovation that's going on in this field and tap into some of these solutions. I'll leave you with that thought on carbon credits, and a big round of applause to all of the presenters. Big thank you for joining us. And we will be presenting and sharing with you the presentations from today. We'll take a few moments and then we're going to be segueing now to two other important areas, edge green buildings, and then also nature-based solutions. And nature-based solutions are very much tied into what we've just heard on carbon credits as well. So hold on to your seats. If you want, please do take a few minutes break as we begin to pull up some of those next presentations. Big thank you. Dan, Kiyoshi, Max, and Jade, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Omid, thanks for joining. I think we're ready to kick off with our green building certification. If you want to share your screen with us, let me just contextualize a little bit of the session as you pull up your screen as well. When we discussed over the past 2 days, bringing in the PPP climate toolkits and integrating climate change, one of the key things that we can do is build in effective tools. And it's interesting to note IFC, amongst other players, has developed a fascinating tool to look at green certifications for buildings. And this can cover social sectors all the way to infrastructure sectors like airports as well. And it's the importance here as well, tying it in with the theme of today, which is climate finance and accelerating that. Really, what these also help to do is enhance climate and enhance bankability of the PPPs. So an important aspect to consider here on how do you integrate as well. And other important aspects when you looked at some of the NDB methodologies around climate finance and what they're pushing for as well. So I think with that brief intro, we'll look at the green certifications, looking at the EDGE tool, and also a building resilience tool before we navigate over to nature-based solutions to wrap up the day. Thank you for staying with us on these final 2 presentations. Omid, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. And hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending wherever you're based. My name is Omid Saveri, and I'm Green Building Industrial Specialist at IFC based in Washington, D.C. Happy to present to you the work that we have been doing on climate related to buildings. And please feel free to post your questions. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So we heard about carbon markets and the work that IFC and World Bank is doing on climate. But if we dive deeper to the cities and buildings, I think the angle brings a new perspective to us. One is that we are seeing that the building sector is one of the sectors which contributes almost the largest, 40% to energy-related GHG emissions. When you look at the building materials as well as building operations, but also we see that the building sector is getting more and more into economic losses because of natural disasters. So we have, in one hand, buildings contributing to climate change by emitting carbon. On the other hand, natural disasters, which unfortunately we are seeing an acceleration of natural disasters day by day, contributing to losses in building sector. And when you have losses in building sector, you need to rebuild the cities. And when you rebuild, you are adding more carbon. And by adding more carbon, you're increasing natural disasters. So kind of like it becomes a loop that will be a negative feedback loop. To solve this, what we have tried to do, try to develop tools, one of them on the mitigation side, on climate change mitigation side, developed the EDGE Green Building Certification Program. We'll explain that, how it works. It's a tool that we have been using with many of our client countries on PPP, as well as direct investments that we are doing. The other one is Apex Cities program that reduces the city's carbon footprint. And the last one is on Building Resilience Index that basically looks at how we can make our cities and buildings more resilient toward natural disasters. So these are the tools that I will briefly explain here. The IFC's approach to this program has been not only looking at a single side approach, the reason being that we believe the more comprehensive solutions in the market, the more chances of market creation. So rather than only coming, let's say, with tools and guidelines and then hoping that this will be ruled out in countries, we have the tools and guidelines, but we also do direct investment through financial institutions and banks. We do investment and advisory services for building sector, including our PPP clients. And finally, we also work with governments and cities to bring building codes and incentives that will help to accelerate the market adoption. So far, when in COP28, when we looked at the building sector is nowhere near where it needs to be. And building sector, because it's quite complex, really needs attention for everyone to push. Unlike the other sectors, building sector deals with many players, and we need to support all these players to change and adopt and develop their skills. First, I wanted to briefly explain what Edge Green Building System is. We have a gap in the market where in many of the countries we operate in have challenges with building codes. The building codes may not be fully developed, or some of them are outdated. So some of the building codes in the countries are maybe 20 to 30 years old, and they are not even implemented properly. On the other hand, if we look at the green certification systems, they are too ambitious or too complicated. So we have on one hand building codes that are not up to date, and on the other hand the building certification systems are quite complex. So it leaves a huge gap in the marketplace where our buildings are being built today that are going to last for next 50 years. They are going to be built inefficient and not resilient. And we are locking these buildings for next 50 years. So the way that Edge application works, and I'm going to explain this, but at the end I will mention how you can use this in your projects. The way that it works is that it has a free software that everyone have access to with a username and password created by email. Anyone can use the application and check basically design and construction of any building anywhere on the planet. So if you have your own offices, if you are developing an airport, social infrastructure, anything can be reviewed by this software. It has a standard of 20% energy efficiency, 20% water efficiency, and 20% materials efficiency. If the project meets this standard, then you can request third-party audit and certification to certify the asset. So these are the 3 steps, and it makes the certification process quite efficient and affordable, but also it makes the process reliable, because you want, as the project owners or project facilitators, you want to make sure that something that is claimed is installed properly. Because what we are seeing in building codes is that you may have a building code requirements, but there's no inspection. And if there's no inspection, then you don't really know whether that's been done properly or not. So we have third-party inspectors that they come and inspect the building, and then they issue the certificate. There are 3 levels of certification. The base certification is Edge certified with 20% efficiency. The second level is 40% efficiency for Edge Advanced. And the third level is zero carbon certification. So depending on the maturity of the project, right, we have some projects that they say we want to become Edge Advanced with 40% energy efficiency. Some projects, they say we need to go to the end and become zero carbon projects. And some projects say we are just starting. All what we want to do is to get to the Edge certified level. That is already a good standard. So there are 3 levels that one can choose from. And why these levels are important is that, for example, if you're writing a tender, simply you can, instead of putting specifications of what type of window need to be installed, what type of insulation needs to be installed, or what kind of paints need to be done in the building, all you need to do is to say, I want these buildings to be Edge certified or Edge Advanced certified as per the World Bank standard. And that's all you need to do. And then there are Edge experts all around the world that can be come to the project or get the training on the project and get the project to the certification level. So instead of in the old days, we used to do lots of detailed assessments and put the specification in the contracts. But now what we are saying is that instead of putting all the specifications, we just define the level that we need and then let the project contractor and designer to get to that level.
Omid, I want to interject there. The beauty of the tool, and I'm a big advocate, is it's free. You can actually log on and use the tool and look at what are design measures in a building that are going to help you reduce your energy use, improve your water use, and if you want, in a level 3, get to 0 carbon. And the beauty of all of that is, you'll elaborate on this in a moment, is that it looks at both the CapEx requirements, but there's also savings. And that's an important story when we think about total project costs and what the benefits are of introducing green buildings and green certifications.
That's correct. And the Edge application already has a cost calculator. So you would see how much savings you are going to receive based on operational savings. And also you will see the CapEx increase. Normally what we see is that each project gets roughly around 2 to 3% increase in the CapEx at construction. But the savings are going to normally pay back within 3 to 5 years. So depending on the cost of electricity in different countries, you may electricity and other utilities. The other element is around security of the building, because a lot of countries we operate in, they are having blackouts and they don't get enough electricity to run the building, or even water. In many countries, we are seeing that the water now is becoming a challenge because there's not enough water resources. As Giselle said, you would see the savings, but also you would see the incremental costs. How much would it be incremental cost to build this building in green? But also what would be the savings in per month? So normally it's very hard to estimate these numbers if you are not using Edge. It costs you a lot of money and consultants' time to do these estimates, but this is estimation automatically generated within Edge application. It also has carbon tracking, so it will show carbon emissions as well as carbon savings for each project. And that's helpful for if you want to report your carbon savings and show what kind of emission reduction you achieved in each project. Briefly, in terms of where Edge has been used, as you see, we have used Edge in more than 100 countries around the world, across all regions, in developed as well as developing countries. There has been projects, more than 450,000 homes certified with Edge, and a lot of that is actually low-income housing. And that's really, we are really proud of this, because a lot of systems, they don't touch low-income housing because they're like, okay, that's very, low end of the market. We would not be able to deliver certifying those, but they can be certified using Edge. Roughly $80 billion of projects are certified, and IFC invested roughly $13 billion in assets since 2015 in green building assets. I want to tell you a quick story here, and this is the story of Colombia. So in Colombia, we started in 2015, and in 2015 there was not many green buildings, maybe in just a few handful of green buildings in Colombia. Government started with a green building code and a level of tax incentives. Then we worked with the banks there to issue green bonds using Edge and green mortgages, and launched the Edge certification with a local partner in Colombia. Later, the other policies, they came and supported the process. But in 2022, 27% of all new construction in Colombia were EDGE certified. So within few years, as you see, a rapid pickup of green buildings, and now home buyers, they can get better mortgages when they are using EDGE certified homes. They are buying EDGE certified homes, and the construction developers, they get better construction finance, lower interest rate construction finance, as well as other incentives like tax incentives in the market. So the market is now quite mature in terms of how it's being utilizing EDGE. And now they are looking at going to EDGE advanced level. Our partners as well as banks are looking at EDGE advanced level. Within IFC, these are our investment history on green buildings. As you see, year by year, we have seen increase in green buildings investments. And last year, we had a record number of investments. We reached $2.5 billion of investment in 1 year in green buildings. Before that, we were looking at roughly on average 1 billion. And last year, we reached $2.5 billion. And lots of these were projects like, this is a hotel investment in Africa. This is a bank investment in Egypt. Again, this is an infrastructure investment in hospitals in India, as well as other assets like warehouses and other asset types.
And Omid, this speaks to the climate finance theme that we're discussing today, which is ramping up climate finance.
That's correct, exactly. And it is interesting because traditionally IFC's investments in climate finance was mostly in renewable energy. And now we are seeing a shift to buildings because there's more understanding of how we can enable our buildings to become more climate friendly. Why there was a success in Colombia, just very briefly, that there was a sustained policy support, there was financial sector in engagement, large projects and government support to this transition, and also we had team on the ground to support. So kind of like bringing all the players together to support. However, we can't expect every country to get to the same level, but these levers are important to start switching the market. Very briefly, we'll give you a few of examples, case studies of the work that with Giselle's team, we have been supporting our investment clients in PPP space. So this is a project in Peru, 3 schools that they were looking at. When these projects came to us first, they were like, we want to build 3 new schools, and we want these buildings to be very efficient and use solar energy. And at that point, we said, okay, why don't we introduce EDGE to these schools, but also look at what level of solar need to be installed, because EDGE can calculate the solar requirements. And traditionally, you would say, okay, why don't we put all the roofs as solar? But when you look at the calculations through EDGE, you realize that you may not need everything to be covered by solar. You may need a smaller area to be covered by solar. But also it calculates the cost of greening the asset, and that can be part of the project planning at early days. And this project was looking at EDGE advanced level. So we supported the clients with these kind of analysis and provided the data on how they can provide the specifications to that level. Another example is schools in Jordan. This was another PPP project in 18 new elementary schools. And again, as you see, with our analysis, we realized that there can be more than 40% saving in operational costs. And a lot of these schools, they really don't have a lot of budget to spend on their electricity bills or water bills. So the more we can save in the operational costs of the schools, that money can be spent in more, in paying for the teachers or spending it on kids' education rather than paying for the bills. This is another, yeah.
I'm conscious of time, and I want to make sure we still have some time to look at both the building resilience and Apex very briefly before we turn to nature-based solutions.
Right. How many minutes I have? I can go through this.
Another 5?
Okay, sure, no problem. I'll cover it in 5 minutes. This is very briefly again housing in Fiji using Edge as a compliance process. This is an airport project in Saudi Arabia, again using LEAD. LEAD is another system, but again we supported the client to adopt this green building system. Hospitals in Turkey, Edge certified, large hospital PPP project. Now, very briefly on Building Resilience Index. So Building Resilience Index is another standard similar to Edge, but looks at resilience of the assets. So we developed this program as a sister program to Edge. And the way that it works is that it comes and identifies natural disasters in the location. So when you, for example, you put a school location, you would realize whether there's a flood in that location or not, whether there's a chance of earthquake in that location or not, what kind of wind speed you can expect in that location. And using those data then provides you a list of actions that you need to take to improve the resilience of your building. And then it rates the building based on that resilience level. Again, going back to the principle of providing specifications, we can also say that if I'm having a new hospital, I want my hospital to be A-rated on the Building Resilience Index. What it means that it would have a very high resilience condition. And that then makes the engineers to design their buildings, review the buildings through all these disasters and make sure that the building has the right specifications to meet a certain level of resilience in your assets. We would be happy to help you if you have any projects that you want to put it through this resilience rating system. The third element is on Apex. So this is a cities tool, and the reason this is important is to look at the infrastructure at a larger level. So investment opportunities tool for cities. The way this tool works is that you can look at different cities. For example, this is in South Africa, and identify different financing options that are needed to reduce the carbon emissions of the city. And it comes out with an action plan, and finally using that action plan, you can track progress against that action plan. This is an example of, you would see how the city in South Africa is looking at the business as usual forecast, and then how energy efficiency, transport, waste management, and water efficiency can reduce the carbon emissions by 25%. And to reduce that carbon emission by 25%, then the Apex comes with a green investment opportunity, which then defines the investment needed for different elements like composting, waste to energy plants, wastewater or solar systems in million rand. This is South African currency. And that will then provide a solution for the banks or IFC or other international banks to come and say, okay, let's set up a PPP project on this, public-private partnership project, and deliver these projects on an action plan. And this action plan then can be monitored year by year to see whether there's any challenges in funding the project, defining the project, or delivering the project.
Omid, thank you. I think these really help to crystallize important tools along our climate finance with PPPs, tools that we can actually help in structuring and thinking through how to build in climate, both the mitigation of GHGs and also resilience. And on the Apex tool, I like to think of it as a tool that's particularly helpful when we think about how do you translate your Paris Agreement NDC commitments, your nationally determined contributions, into pipelines of investment that can be both public and private sector as well. So I don't know if you have any final words here before we move on to the nature-based, and then I'm going to ask that you perhaps help us address some of the questions that were coming in on the chat as well. And at the end of the sessions, the nature-based session, we might take some additional questions as well. Omid, just final word.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you with these slides. You will receive the slides. There is a path forward points that we will share with you, and it will show you what kind of actions you can take if you are dealing with buildings or you're dealing with cities. And this would be a guiding principle on how we can support you in your projects. I'm gonna stop here, Giselle. Happy to answer questions at the end.
Thank you so much. And please feel free to stay on, and there's some in the chat. I'd like to invite Irina to share your screen, because we're now going to segue to a really important area of nature-based solutions that really are a wonderful way to bring in co-benefits. And you'll hear Irina kind of emphasize how they can bring in co-benefits of carbon sinks and also building resilience. And when we tie this back into our earlier discussion on climate finance and also carbon markets, these are all linked. And there's a tremendous opportunity with nature-based solutions to tap into carbon markets and drive climate finance as well. So Irina, with that introduction, over to you. And Irina's our nature-based solution specialist at IFC, working very closely also with World Bank colleagues as we kind of spearhead this thought piece and leadership around nature-based solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Giselle, and thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone. So what I want to do today, very briefly, give you an introduction to what nature-based solutions are in the context of infrastructure projects, give you an overview of different types of nature-based solutions that could be deployed in the context of infrastructure projects, and also go briefly over what's the reason behind doing that? What is the business rationale? What's the business case to do that? So I think seeing is believing. So I want to start with an example from Singapore. This is an example where a 2.7 kilometer long concrete drainage channel was replaced with a 3.2 kilometer long meandering natural river. So this particular nature-based solution was meant to address three infrastructure challenges: flood management, water supply, and stormwater runoff treatment. So the original concrete channel was put in place to deal with flooding issues. As you know, Singapore is a very densely settled area with a lot of concrete surfaces, and it rains a lot. So flooding from stormwater runoff presented a particular challenge for the city. So they have built this concrete channel. The problem, and this particular solution was engineered solution, was very effective in dealing with flooding. But the problem was that it missed an opportunity to actually capture rainwater for later reuse. Despite the fact that it rains a lot in Singapore, there isn't sufficient land to store fresh water. And so Singapore relies on imports of fresh water. Another problem with the concrete channel was that because it was designed to get the water off the streets into the ocean very fast, it really just dumped a lot of pollutants from the city into the ocean. So the nature-based solution actually was incredibly effective in addressing and improving capacity for stormwater management. It improved the capacity to store water by about 40%. So that also increased the provision of fresh water in this particular watershed, reducing the need for imports of fresh water. And it also provided a very effective solution to treat stormwater runoff before the water would filter into a nearby ocean ecosystem. And you can tell from the picture that the natural solution has created fantastic benefits for biodiversity, also created a lot of recreational spaces for the citizens. So nature-based solutions are not really new. There have been plenty of examples like this, particularly in terms of large public infrastructure works or a lot of projects done by environmental NGOs. But what's new, the new thinking that IFC is bringing to the table is actually think about how do we leverage that experience and think about integrating nature-based solutions into privately funded infrastructure projects or the public-private types of projects. So we're working on, it's estimated that emerging markets need about $2 trillion per year between now and 2030 in infrastructure funding. And this is an opportunity to really reimagine how the new infrastructure or existing infrastructure could be built, retrofitted to include a lot more natural elements into the design of our infrastructure and generate tremendous benefits for climate and also for biodiversity. So how do we get there? There are two things that IFC is focusing on. First is looking at examples like these and distilling elements that could be integrated into specific infrastructure sectors. So for example, you might not be thinking of this example as directly relevant to what you're doing, but if you unpack what went into creating this natural meandering river, there were a lot of different solutions that could be applied across a variety of infrastructure sectors. For instance, once the concrete banks were removed, the engineers had to figure out how to stabilize the soil and to prevent bank erosion. And a number of green-gray soil bioengineering techniques were deployed to be able to deal with stabilization of the bank. So these type of techniques could be applied anywhere where you need to deal with erosion or soil stabilization as an example. Another example of cleansing biotopes that were deployed within this solution to treat stormwater runoff. So these are the same types of solutions that could be deployed in other contexts where you need to treat polluted water. So another element, so this is precisely what IFC is trying to do. We have worked with Conservation International to develop a catalog of nature-based solutions for infrastructure projects that really unpacks some of these elements and puts them in the context of specific sectors. And the second piece that is missing in the market right now is kind of the understanding of the commercial value that nature-based solutions could bring in the context of specific projects. Despite the fact that there are many nature-based solutions that have been out there done by public works or NGOs, most of them focus on capturing the environmental and social benefits. And it's almost impossible to find case studies that document the commercial value of these solutions to infrastructure companies. And this is key. If we want to incentivize the uptake of these solutions, we really need to be speaking about the balance sheet of companies and how nature-based solutions can really help reduce costs. So the catalog captures, where possible, business case for implementing certain types of solutions, and where we have information available, we provide commercial value of these solutions. So the catalog currently captures water utilities, mining operations, and renewable energy sectors. And jointly with our colleagues at the World Bank, we're working on 2 more catalogs for ports and for cities. So stay tuned for that new installment. So just to recap what nature-based solutions are, it's essentially using natural systems or elements of nature that can deliver infrastructure services. What's important for us in considering nature-based solutions in infrastructure projects is that they need to deliver core infrastructure service for the company. So we're not really talking about corporate social responsibility types of projects where you may be reforesting mangroves somewhere outside of your company's operations. We're really talking about nature-based solutions substituting some of the traditional gray infrastructure solutions to deliver a very specific service. Other terms used in the market interchangeably when speaking of nature-based solutions in infrastructure are green infrastructure or combination of green-gray. So this slide captures just a few examples of the types of nature-based solutions we're talking about. For instance, it could be watershed restoration activities or wetland conservation or creation of wetlands to provide water supply, sanitation, waste management services. Mangrove forests could be very effective as a coastal flood protection measure. Flood retention areas could be very effective resilience measure in flood management protection. Also, you know, I already kind of alluded to some of the benefits of nature-based solutions in the example I gave from Singapore, but to recap, nature-based solutions have emerged as lower cost engineering solutions, and I will walk through some examples that show some of these cost benefits. They can be very effective in resilience and adaptation, and they can also help avoid a lot of the costs, particularly during operations and maintenance stages. They deliver multiple benefits that gray infrastructure cannot deliver. Climate benefits are very obvious. A lot of nature-based solutions provide carbon sinks. They deliver biodiversity co-benefits, in some cases, social benefits. And the beauty of the benefits that nature-based solutions deliver, they often span across multiple sectors. And they go way beyond the boundaries of a particular project. Other benefits we have seen in the market, because these are of great interest to investors who are looking to build their nature portfolios. So they can really be deployed within green bond, green debt markets, or sustainable finance markets that currently have a premium on some of these types of projects, and also direct financiers are interested in incentivizing the integration of these solutions through a variety of you know, financing instruments such as sustainability-linked products, for example. In certain cases, and Giselle alluded to this, when nature-based solutions are large, if they're targeting a watershed scale type of intervention, they could generate revenue from the sale of carbon credits that could potentially even get a higher price if you can calculate and factor in the biodiversity and additional resilience benefits. Nature-based solutions are very well suited to be applied across all of infrastructure sectors. And, you know, they're particularly effective in delivering wastewater treatment, water supply services, sediment management, stormwater management, flood management, coastal and soil stabilization, helping to manage droughts, and also in the context of cities, they could be very effective in providing cooling and helping manage urban heat effect.
And Irina, I would say they're also important to note, they're actually carbon sinks. So when we're looking at the kind of the co-benefits of GHG emissions reductions, this is another wonderful benefit to add there.
Absolutely. So I have a few examples, just again, kind of to show the business perspective of integrating nature-based solutions. This is an example from a wind power project in Pakistan that is in the tidal area. When the project developer came, that area was degraded in terms of mangrove cover. Those mangroves were degraded by local population, essentially using mangroves for firewood. And that created a number of technical challenges for the company, specifically related to flooding, coastal erosion, but also there was quite a bit of sediment. You know, given that it's a tidal area and the water goes up and down, the sediment in the water created wear and tear on internal infrastructure for the project. So the company restored 14 hectares of mangroves at the cost of $352,000. As a result, the improvements were felt very quickly within about a year. The company noticed improved site stability. It really reduced the amount of sediment in the water, and the estimated cost savings in terms of maintenance and replacement costs of, you know, underwater cables or repairs to the roads or repairs to the platforms was estimated about 7 million over 25-year period. But in terms of additional benefits, the appearance of mangroves really brought the biodiversity back. So there was increase in fish, shrimp, and crab population, which provided a livelihood to the local communities. And so the company is now working with the local communities to help them actually care for the mangroves and also scale the restoration of mangroves to a much larger area. This is an example from a water utility company in the UK that decided to try a constructed water treatment wetland instead of traditional chemical stripping process. Partially, they tried to address the high cost of chemical stripping, and partially they also wanted to meet their own decarbonization commitments. So this is a pretty small area. If you think about only 1 hectare of constructed water treatment wetland, it was planted with specific native species that are particularly effective in removing toxins from the water. It cost the company, in terms of capital investment and maintenance cost, over 10 years, £600,000, which generated savings of 10.4 million in capital investments and sorry, there's a mistake, in maintenance costs as well there. They also reduced their water consumption by half, and their CO2 emissions on that particular site were reduced by 90%. And these emissions are largely due to reduction in energy use and also input use. The solution also has been very effective in providing flood risk reduction to the assets, to the built assets of the company, and obviously has generated tremendous biodiversity co-benefits. And now the company is considering implementing these sort of constructed water treatment wetlands in about 59 locations. This is an example from one of the research projects conducted by Cornell University looking at agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics is a very new area. It's combining solar farms with agricultural production. And we have seen, pilots being done with agricultural production in terms of different crops, but also successful projects that include livestock. And the benefits of such projects actually are to both parties. So in this particular case, the test project was using soybeans planted underneath 4-meter high solar modules with the key objective to improve solar panels performance and resilience. And the results of this project demonstrated that the solar modules were cooler by about 10 degrees Celsius in this type of setting, which really improved their performance, but also the shade in the soy field created a particular microclimate in which soybeans also grew very well and showed improved productivity. So this is the kind of new area that we're very actively exploring because it really helps address land use change. Solar farms have emerged as one of the key drivers of land use change from the perspective that they require quite a bit of land and they could be displacing agricultural production, or in some markets, the expansion of solar could be causing deforestation. So such dual land use is actually a very neat solution for this. And, we're really looking at the business benefits to both the solar company and the agricultural company. And, clearly, because these require cross-sector collaboration, these projects are not necessarily super easy, but they hold a lot of promise. And then finally, there have been a number of nature-based solutions deployed within the context of ports. So this slide is a bit of a compilation of different measures that we have seen happen in the market. Nature-based solutions could be effective measure to create the coast stability through, let's say, mangrove restoration rather than constructing a seawall. Nature-based solutions could be very effective in the context of ports to help manage sediment accumulation so that the port could really reduce dredging costs. Sediment that is dredged from port locations could be strategically placed in different areas to create artificial kind of barrier islands that could help protect the port from storms, but also these are effective solutions to create habitats for marine life and birds in particular. And there are other multiple solutions, such as using eco-concrete, for instance, in places where you need to have concrete structures. Eco-concrete promotes the growth of marine life that can really help deliver cleaner water at the port site. Restoration of native oyster reefs is another way to purify water at the port site and deal with some of the pollution. Also, just some of the natural ecosystem restoration can help deal with the fresh salt water transition and, again, kind of decrease the inflow of sediment into the port site. And there are probably many more solutions that could be identified depending on a particular location. So this is just, again, like to give you a very high level overview and pique your interest in exploring nature-based solutions in infrastructure projects. I think, they're wonderful, and we're really interested in doing pilots in this area to really help incentivize the uptake of these solutions in large infrastructure works that, we know that we can't avoid. We need to build infrastructure, but let's build it differently, have a lot more nature in our infrastructure than traditionally we have been thinking about.
Irina, thank you so much. And this really helps to tie in with what we were discussing over the past 2 days when we were looking at the PPP climate toolkits that actually mention and integrate nature-based solutions for PPPs. And I think what you were effectively demonstrating is that integrating nature-based solutions into infrastructure and into PPPs particularly is creating co-benefits. They help create GHG emissions reductions. They also help build resilience. And what we saw with the concrete examples that you shared is, moreover, they're also helping to create savings. So while we might have an upfront CapEx cost, they are actually creating savings over the life of the asset, which is a huge benefit and may be a more effective least cost method than other aspects of design that we might think through in trying to build climate measures. So it really is a win-win. And moreover, the nice tie-in with today's session, which was all about accelerating climate finance, what we saw is integrating nature-based solutions can also enhance bankability. It can help enhance, tie into important financing markets like sustainable linked loans and green loans and blue, as well as beyond, as well as actually create opportunities for carbon markets and carbon credits that might even generate additional revenue flows that either help viability or enhance returns for all parties, both government and private sector. So really is a win-win-win with nature-based solutions. I always like to bring this to the table because it really helps close the loop. I'm mindful that we're very close to wrapping up. Irina, thank you for joining us. Let me ask, and we've been trying to address some of your questions directly on the chat, but if there's any remaining questions, either for Irina on nature-based solutions or for Omid in terms of the edge and BRE tools that he discussed, happy to take those now. I also just want to say as well that we will be trying to put together a Q&A with some of the questions that were raised and perhaps some of those that might have been missed earlier. So we won't miss those, but we'll try to cover those as we come back out with a full package of information that we will follow with. Questions, any questions or burning questions that you want to ask now or that we might have missed for these last two presentations? Okay, if not, thank you. If not, then it's been a whirlwind 3 days. We've covered so much ground and Irina, a big thank you to you and a big thank you to Omid to wrap up with these last two presentations. But it really has been a whirlwind of 3 days working with all of you to look at how do we create climate smart PPPs that can really resolve climate solutions and climate goals that all of you have committed to through the Paris Agreement, through your nationally determined contributions. And we're trying to showcase how these can help enhance bankability, how they can help attract investors, how we can begin to step up to the trillions that are needed to finance from private sector the solutions for climate change so that we don't get to critical tipping points. And I think those are some of the key messages that we've been hearing throughout the 3 days as well. We've covered off on the umbrella toolkit, and I encourage all of you to revisit that publication. It really helps to consolidate how we are trying to look at climate integration into our PPP and advisory work to really structure climate smart PPPs. We also have drilled down and created publications across sectors to help unpackage some of those sectors, from transportation and roads to water to renewables and telecoms ICT as well. So we hope you found all of that particularly useful, and those publications are also available to you as well. And finally, today, we really wanted to bring the attention back to what do we do with public-private partnerships. At the end of the day, what we're doing through them, PPPs, is inviting the private sector to come in together with investors and financial institutions, including the MDBs like the World Bank Group, to come in to finance solutions and to deliver concrete projects, infrastructure to social sectors that can really develop impact in your countries and deliver impact in terms of climate change, positive impact that is. So these are some of the goals that we've tried to cover off today when we touched on climate finance, looking at what the MDB world is doing, and also very importantly, what is happening in the global marketplace. We explored carbon markets, what the World Bank Group is doing as a whole, from IFC to the World Bank to GIF. All of us are working across together, collaborating to build a market in carbon markets, from compliance to voluntary, and really help build innovation in that space. And then bringing in tools that can help us better structure, better advise on PPPs, from the EDGE Green Buildings tool to building resilience to APEX, and then looking at nature-based solutions and how that can contribute to creating win-wins from a PPP perspective. So a lot covered today. Have we covered it all? Have we covered it all in depth? We've certainly tried to help create a good comprehensive coverage there. What I'd like to leave you with is a thought that we are here as ongoing partners working as a One World Bank group. Please do reach out to us. As a follow-up to these 3 days, we will be sharing a package of information. We will be sharing a recording of these sessions. The package of information will include the presentations. It will also include contact information. So please do reach out to us, because we want to partner with you to help create these solutions going forward. And we also will finally address some of the Q&A that we've been trying to address, some of which we might have missed in the course of the 3 days. But I want to also finally say a big thank you to the whole team, all of us who've worked to really deliver this workshop for all of you over the past 3 days. Those individuals include Mariana, they include Kathy, they include Helen, they include Sarah and myself, together with grid consultants that help present on the PPP climate toolkits as well. So a big thank you to you all for joining us. It's been lovely to spend the past 3 days with you, and we look forward to future partnerships to make a difference here as well. Thank you.